Mr. Crazy, are you there?
I am here.
Excellent, excellent. Well, guys on stream, welcome. It is day 2 of the Shadow Cup, and we have one hell of a show ready for you here today. We're going to have the 4th of the quarterfinals, which is Bloc Québécois versus Dream Team. So that is X-God and Snek against Robbie and I believe Havel and Tuff, or was Havel and Tuff replaced? I'm not entirely sure. But either way, we've got a pretty pog match there, and then straight after that, we're going to dive into the 2 semi-finals, which is going to be the winner of yesterday's matchup versus the winner of today's quarterfinal. And then, of course, it's going to be #1 versus the upgraded Banana Boys. So we have some pretty exciting matches on the cards today. And yeah, I think you guys in stream are in for a bit of a treat. For those of you who haven't met Crazy before, he's a very long-standing member of the Legion TD2 community, and I'm really pleased that you could join me today on the cast, Crazy. So welcome to the stream.
Thank you very much, and thanks for having me. Also, I brought some knowledge with me. It will be Boo Boy subbing in for Haviland Tough.
Oh, perfect. So we have Boo Boy and Robbie then. That sounds like a pretty dangerous team, dude.
I mean, to be fair, X-God and Snackles also are very high rated, and they've been playing very well, at least Snackles recently. So he's looking in shape and in form for now. So I think we got some good games to kick off this day.
Oh, definitely do, definitely. So what do you think about the format of the Shadow Cup?
I think it's interesting. I personally think it might lead to too much of an interesting pick and ban, since some legions will just be banned anyways, and you need players to be able to play legions, and it makes it a bit awkward, which is okay because it's good to get good players out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, for sure. Agreed, 100%. And I think we do have the pick and bans ready here. So if I can just bring those up on screen, we can talk about what the players have decided to go with today. So, indeed, it looks like our first match is ready here, and we have got X-God and Sneckles. They have globally banned Mech, and Dream Team have globally banned Chaos, so we won't see any Mech or Chaos in the games today. And then Bloc Québécois, they have picked Greed, Redraw, YOLO, and Atlantean. And Dream Team have picked Greed, Redraw, Lock-In, and Atlantean. And then both teams have chosen to ban Greed. So nobody can play Greed, and it looks like the teams have pretty similar options on offer now. Everyone has Redraw, everyone has Atlantean, and then the one flex pick there is YOLO for the Canadians and Lock-In for the Dream Team.
I mean, the question is, what do you expect to see out of Lock-In? Do you expect the versatile Brawl Lock-In, or do you expect the board Lock-In just because it's the best unit in the game?
I mean, from yesterday's games, we had a lot of boar Lock-In just because the unit is so strong at the moment. Like, it's the perfect tank. It's just a really, really solid choice, I feel like, for locking in at the moment. And YOLO on the other team, with the Canadians choosing YOLO, I think it's a really interesting decision there, because obviously it's very high variance. You know, you might YOLO into a pretty much unplayable role and kind of lose the game off the back of it. But at the same time, if you get a half-decent roll with YOLO, then the extra income you have from choosing that is going to carry you pretty well.
Yeah, the interesting thing, I mean, the YOLO rolls played yesterday. I mean, there was one that King Dance played, which was very hard, but he managed it. But besides that, the YOLO rolls looked very playable rolls, to be honest. Like, they dropped some good RNG there, and yeah, so we'll see how this pans out today.
Yeah, absolutely, dude, absolutely. And it looks like we're ready to get straight into the first game, so no time to waste here. Let me switch over into the game. So now the viewers in the stream for the first time are able to see Mr. Crazy LTD. Do you want to give the camera a wave? Say hello to all the adoring viewers.
The mole greets you. The coffee mole greets you. Yeah. Anyways, thanks for having me, and I think we're in for a treat.
Oh, absolutely, dude. I'm really glad that you could join me here today. Crazy and I have been friends going back for a ways now on Legion TD2. He's always a great guy to play with. you're an amazing supportive player, right? Like, you just enable your ally whenever you play. I feel like that's kind of your game style.
I mean, that's also the reason why I'm not too particularly doing well in this meta, because I'm starving myself and hopefully taking the enemy with me. So, well, I'm not too much of an all-out greedy player that can just carry, but I'm adapting at the moment, so we'll see. And for everyone who doesn't know, like, Penny is in not so much OG as I am, but he's rather newish for some years now. But he's like a very versatile player, all-round player, former rank 1, and I think you're in for a treat if you're listening to what he says, and you might learn a thing or two.
Oh, absolutely, dude, absolutely. All right, well, let's get into it. There's no more time to waste. The first match of the day is starting. We have XGod and Sneckles, they are the Bloc Québécois, and we have Boo Boy and Robbie, they are the Dream Team. So do you have any favourites in this match, Crazy?
Personal favourite, not, but I think I do favor Roby, like especially just Roby as a single player, because he has a massive amount of tournament experience.
Oh,
like
for sure.
I think played almost every tournament that has been happening in Legion. And I think that might kick in, and when there is that high pressure situation and people realize it's not just like for plus 20 elo or plus 10 elo, it doesn't matter. Roby's experience will kick in, and so I do favor them.
And you hit on a good point there, because there's definitely not just 10 elo on the line. We're playing for a prize pool of $480 at the moment, so this is a little bit more serious than your average ladder game. Like, there's some real money on the line today.
I mean, but to be fair, like it's a very great thing, since it's basically a show match cup, and if I may say that, like it's not that the prize pool is that aggressively that just the top 2 teams or top 1 team gets all the money, but every participant gets money, which is like great to see, because all of them are contributing to giving you guys a good show, and so yeah. Yeah,
100%, dude, 100%. So we've got some pretty interesting Legion spells on offer in this game. We have the Dark Ritual, we have Press the Attack, and we have Vampire. So what kind of game do you expect seeing those spells on offer?
I mean, generally, it's quite interesting, because Press the Attack and Dark Ritual somewhat counter each other. But for the moment, a very underrated Legion spell for the past seasons even is Vampire, because you usually just play it with Nightmare.
Oh, yeah,
but since there's the new unit and Boo Boy so
I mean, do you see what I see, dude? Do you see what I see? Do you see Boo Boy's roll? He has Nightmare in his first roll. He's just re-rolled. He has Butcher. He has Sovereign. And there's Vampire on the table. If Boo Boy manages to scale into the late game, he will be unstoppable.
And kind of interesting, what I just realized looking at his roll, he re-rolled his Sacred Steed, which would have been an ideal unit to support his Sovereign or Holy Avenger, whatever he upgrades or not. Into a Desert Pilgrim.
Yeah,
and we can see almost the same roll on Sneckles, to be honest.
Yeah, I think he YOLO'd into that as well. That's insane. You know, we were talking about that at the start of the game, that YOLO can be high variance. Well, you know, if you're just going to YOLO into an insane late game carry roll with the Butcher, the Sovereign, and the Vampire spell on offer as well, then YOLO has to be the best option, right?
Yeah, I mean, it can happen, and the thing is, his role got rather matched. I mean, their roles look very similar, but to point it out, Boo Boy's role seems to be a bit more versatile early game. So he would have a harder push with the Nightmare, and
agreed.
He might like get off to a better start.
Agreed. So Boo Boy has better early game options for sure, but Sneck, he's going to sell his Growl here on wave 3 and get down the early Holy Avenger. So he might have a little bit of trouble just fitting in units in the first few waves, but he will at least have that Avenger down right from the start to give him a solid opening into the game.
Yeah, I think so too. And if we look at the other lanes, Roby starting with an egg, which is also a rather good start, to be honest. If you're getting sent by a Holy Avenger, because there won't be that much of pressure early, or like the first few waves.
And Sneckles, they're just given up. So XGod and Sneckles, they're not trying to break the egg, they're just sending snails here, it's just feed. It's an easy full Hydra there from Robbie, who, by the way, is playing Atlantean. So Robbie is playing the full Atlantean Legion there, not going for one of the Mastermind options in this first match.
Which is fair, to be honest. I think it's like a bit of feeling out how this will pan out, and just looking what the enemies bring, and then maybe he will adjust his tactic or not. But I mean, he has to, but in case they lose.
Yeah, for sure.
What he does. So.
Alright, so I want to zoom into Sneckles with his Holy Avenger already online. I don't know whether it's able to sort of get its mana ability off on wave 3 or not. I think it might get it right at the end there just to kill the last couple of frogs. But this unit is so hype when it starts popping off at full mana. I mean, look at it go, look at that. Bang, bang, bang! Dead.
And to be honest, like, it will trigger its ability, its final form of its ability on wave 3, since it's such a big spawning wave, so there's 20 frogs. But it usually won't that early, especially without a supporting cast. But that's fine, like, this unit can definitely carry you through some early games. I think the first problem you could run into is 5. Yeah,
but for wave 5, he's shifting a little gold here. He's not building anything else. He will have his Butcher online for wave 5. I'm pretty sure the unit's going to be unkillable with lifesteal early in the game.
Yeah, I think so too. The question is just how hard he pushes them.
Yeah, I think it's actually a really nice early game transition there from Sneckles, because we were worried with his kind of very greedy build. All of his units are really expensive apart from the Rat. We were worried that he might have a rough early game, but the way he's managed this, getting the Avenger down on wave 3 and then shifting gold for the Butcher on 5, I think is just perfect.
Yeah, and like, one has to mention it all the time. It was a YOLO roll, and he just hit the jackpot there.
Oh, he absolutely hit the jackpot. Like, Sneckles, he probably needs to think about entering the lottery later today. Mind you, though, he's actually not going for the Butcher. He's going for the Pilgrim instead. So deciding to save there, like, he would have needed to spend his Mythium if he wanted to get that Butcher here on wave 5. He's opted not to. I think the Pilgrim's okay, but honestly, I think the Butcher would have just been straight up better.
I don't really know, because I can see the point in not feeding the Hydra too much. And I don't think that the Desert Pilgrim, especially for 5, is that much of a downgrade. Because the unit just, it's a very good damage type. You're healing your Holy Avenger, stacking up.
But it is going to die pretty quickly here because it's pulled too many creeps.
So let's see. Whether the Avenger will sustain the damage, and that seems like to be too much damage, since so much damage.
Well, the boss is down now, so let's see what happens when it starts popping off. Here it goes. Here it goes. Here comes the damage, but it's not enough. It's not enough. There's a leak, 42% from Sneckles. But meanwhile, Boo Boy, he's leaking as well versus the Lizard Snail. So 2 easy leaks there, I've got to say. Like, I think both players should have been able to hold against those small income sends.
Yeah, especially considering they both got like the insane late game rolls. I mean, I can get them like wanting to greed out a bit, but they don't need to. Like, their build will be insane even if they're not as hard worker as everyone in the early game. So just being safe and not feeding gold into the enemy team might have been worth more than trying to break your opponent.
Yeah. Now, I have to say as well, I kind of disagree with the way Sneckles is playing this, because he has insane late game. We've mentioned that once or twice already. He has insane late game, but he's going for a starved early game, which will mean that he will have less resources as well. Like, sure, he's putting a lot of pressure on Robbie, but when your role is that strong, when you have the lifesteal, the Sovereign, the Pilgrim, and even Ocean Templar options there with the Growl, I feel like you should just go for a more income-heavy early game so that you can pop off and become massive in the late game. What do you think about that?
I think his line of thought is more of he doesn't need to be that fat late game, because he will be like on value and he'll be able to hold anyways, since value doesn't really matter. And he'll rather just drag Boo Boy down a bit. Drag down Roby a bit and just like prohibit him from popping off with a not so strong roll. I mean, it's a strong roll anyways, but it's
sure. Well, it looks like Sneck is going for a double Imp Send here, which is actually very, very strong against Robbie, who, by the way, cannot afford his Deep Coiler here. He's 8 gold short. So he's having to go for a very suboptimal build, which is a second Serpent and two little Gargoyles, which is just nowhere near the power level as if he had 1 Coiler instead. And Sneckles, he does just get the second Imp off in time. So this is 4 little pink boys in the Imps attacking Robbie's lane here. He does have the fully stacked Hydra, but without that insane damage dealer in the Deep Coiler. Like, the 2 Serpents, they're just not on the same power level as a Deep Coiler. So he might be able to pick off a few of these units, especially with having 845 value. But I do expect this to be a pretty sizable leak from Robbie on wave 7.
I mean, to be fair, Boo Boy will be able to cover it, but
He will.
It's not about covering. It's more about scaling at this point. And
Yeah.
I think that Roby's league might prohibit him from scaling as good as he would have. And Roby even re-rolled into the Sovereign, the Holy Avenger.
Oh, by the way, Sneck, have you seen what he's doing? So he's 7 workers. He's just received a send. But instead of pushing workers, he's going to sell his Graal next wave. He's going to go for that very, very early Sovereign and hope that that will carry him hard for the next few waves.
When I started seeing that, I thought he would go for a boar. But yeah, you're totally right. Like, if he can afford it, which... No, now he's pushing.
Now he's pushing. But he's pushing so late, though. I think if you're going to go for a plan like that, you just need to stick to it.
I mean, maybe he just slept through it or decided to skip another wave with it.
Yeah.
But I don't know. But yeah, that's either way. In my opinion, it's better to regret the pushed worker than regret an unpushed worker.
Yeah, so... I think he was just second guessing himself and playing too safe, to be honest.
I mean, he's adding another Graal, so it looks like he wants to shift into something big, which has to be the Sovereign since he hasn't got that much else.
He'll grab that Sovereign now on wave 9 or 10 for sure. But I also think that, like, we know that he just got a pretty big leak on Robbie, right? But he's 9 workers, that's the lowest in the game. And when you have such a powerful late game role that he has in this game, I kind of wish that he was just playing a lot more greedy, you know, income sending, pushing workers, and just making sure that he can scale.
Yeah, making sure that the advantage that he has naturally from his role, like, scales into late game. But he's leaking like big here. We can have a big time leak on Snackles, and X-God at least he should be holding.
Oh, does he get the heal? He does get the heal. Okay, so X-God's covering at least his own lane, but I don't think he's going to cover too much in the middle.
I mean, it just depends on how they split down there, and I think it's looking rather good. The Priestess with another heal, so it's not too great, but he's not doing too badly.
He's doing pretty fine, honestly. He's doing pretty fine. He's cleaned up a couple of Cobras there in the mid. There will be some King damage here, and this is first blood going to the side of the Dream Team.
The question is, do you expect to see, like, literally anyone not picking Vampire? I'm looking at X-God, but besides that, everyone else got Holy Avenger and a Butcher, so...
Yeah, I think Vampire is insane for Sneckles, Boo Boy, and Robbie, so I'm almost certain that all 3 of those will take the Vampire. But for X-God, I don't think it does very much, so maybe he just goes either for the Dark Ritual or press the attack, depending whether he's under pressure to hold or whether he wants to add pressure himself. So if he wants to go aggressive, he'll take the press the attack. If he wants to go defensive, he'll take Dark Ritual, but I don't see X-God taking the Vampire.
I agree. It's worth pointing out that all of the players are on 10 workers, except for X-God. He's on 14.
Yeah, that's a really nice early lead, actually, for X-God. And he has just taken advantage of that worker push, because look at this. 280 Mythium send here on Wave 9. Boo Boy did get to the Head Chef, which, as we know, is one of the best units for Wave 9. But the 4 Eyes is just perfect for that. The ramping magic damage, able to shred through that natural armor of the Head Chef. So this will be a pretty decent leak here from Boo Boy on Wave 9. There we go, 75%. But Robbie, now it's Robbie's turn to cover. So on Wave 7, Boo Boy covered for Robbie. And now on Wave 9, Robbie will be covering for Boo Boy. So the 2 teammates here playing really nicely off each other, able to cover their own weaknesses.
Yeah, as I said, like, anyways, it doesn't really matter whether the wave still is alive, because the 4 Eyes would be just a huge leak anyways. And it's even killing off the Kingpin. So that's some damage on the King, but I don't think that the King is really what worries the East Side team here, but rather like that even with an insane roll, Boo Boy started himself a bit too much.
I think so. I think so as well. I think Sneckles, Boo Boy, and Robbie, in fact, are all playing this game a little bit too starvation friendly, which is fine as a playstyle, but I just think when you have that insane power roll, then it's in your interest to make the game go late, to make the game snowball, to be a heavy worker, high income game, because you have such a strong power roll in the late game.
Yeah, I agree, but on the other hand, we'll just see how they pan out. Do you think that Boo Boy will go for a Holy Avenger suit, or do you think he'd rather go for a Doppelganger and just scale that up?
So on Boo Boy, I think you don't go for the Avenger now, because if you didn't have it already at this point in the game, well, the Avenger is already weak on wave 9, and, on wave 11 and wave 12. So if you don't have it already for 10, I don't think you would build it in time for its 2 weakest waves. So I think he probably will try and get one online for wave 13, but I don't expect to see one before then coming out from Booboy.
And we can see an income send coming in.
Yeah.
I think that's pretty much what we expected, actually, to be like, to see them scale up a bit more.
But Robbie and Booboy, they're going for a kill send on wave 12, I'm pretty sure. And I think they have like an internal dilemma now, because if they're all in winning on wave 12, then they have to take press the attack, and they do. So I was going to say, like, either they go all in, balls to the walls here, end the game wave 12, or if they decide they still want the game to go late, then they both take Vampire. But no, deciding to go for the press the attack option here, and they really are all in on wave 12, because if this send coming up now on 12 doesn't work, then I'm pretty sure they will just lose the game, because they're so far behind economically at XGod and Sneckles. So I think everything to play for now on wave 12.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, with the income send coming in from XGod and Sneckles, I think they're pretty happy about it. They'll grab some bonus income. They even started upgrading the King, so even if they leak big times on 12, they probably shouldn't die here.
Yeah,
or
agreed.
Shouldn't die there. So I think that the Vampire pickup from XGod and Sneckles, or at least from Sneckles.
I think, by the way, I think we have a pro leak here from Robbie. We do. This is really good for them. Really, really good for them, because this is going to be like an extra 20 seconds worth of Mythium generation. So look at this, absolutely perfect there. 33% leak from Mr. Robbie, and we have to say that is the ultimate pro leak, because when you're going for a kill send on 12, which they are, all the time you can get is only just pure upside for you. So they'll take a little bit of king damage, they'll give a very small amount of gold over to XGod and Sneckles, but the extra time they get for mercenary generation is just so valuable here.
It's worth pointing out that everyone's sending a pack leader, like both of them, to increase the damage that wave deals, especially to the Avenger / Sovereign.
Yeah.
So, because whenever it receives a hit, it stacks mana, which amplifies its attack speed and gives it damage reduction. So, I think it's a good send, but I honestly don't see it being enough. Sneckles,
I mean, they have insane value. So Sneck, he just picks up his Red Eyes here. He's on just over 2,000 value. XGod, he has 2,250 value and a hardened Golem. Like, these guys, their value is insane. They have very, very, very strong tanks for this wave. I just don't know if the send is going to be enough.
Yeah, and also they're upgrading people. Like, as soon as they don't leak more than 60-70% per player, they'll come out ahead with the trade.
Yeah.
Like, they picked up a Vampire and a Dark Ritual.
I think a lot depends on this, though. The Sovereign is taking focus, and it's down. The Sovereign dies very, very early there from Sneckles. Yeah, so that might be a deciding factor. I think he's going to leak pretty heavy now. He doesn't have any damage remaining. And meanwhile, XGod, he's going down as well. We spoke too soon, Crazy. These guys are leaking heavily. 136% there from Sneckles, 83% from XGod. This is dangerous. Their king is 76%.
Yeah, that's where XGod's Dark Ritual really kind of kicks in. They were almost at full HP before, and they sacrificed some of that for a gold 2 holes, but they did not.
Oh, let's see.
Going down.
King, this is GG. Booboy and Robbie, they take this. They take the game here on wave 12, and it's really decisive there. There's still 15 creeps alive.
I mean, to be fair, like, with more king upgrades into the AoE, they might have been able to survive on XGod's and Sneckles side, but like, that was a very good call. And actually, the income send on 11 from XGod and Sneckles might come back, or did come back to haunt them.
Yeah, absolutely, dude, absolutely. And I have to say, like, I spent nearly the entire game criticizing everybody's game plans for not playing greedy enough here, but I mean, Booboy and Robbie, they were able to take this game very decisively, so clearly this is one example of why I'm casting and they're playing, right?
No, it's actually insane, because they saw the Sovereign, they saw the Butcher, they saw Vampire in-game, and they even saw the Red Eyes.
Yeah.
Or, like, at least the Boar, and expected the Red Eyes, and still decided to go for it, but yeah, I think, like, that's what I said. That's where the experience of Robbie kicks in, because he does not care too much. He knows how he's gonna win it, and that it's not a ladder game, and that he might do something which requires some balls that other players wouldn't have in this situation.
Yeah, definitely.
So, a good call.
Really, really good call, actually. And it wasn't even close. Like, we were saying we weren't sure whether or not it was going to be enough, but both players just got absolutely decimated there by those sends. I think the Centaur was really the perfect send from Boo Boy, because what the Centaur did is it brought the Sovereign down below 100% HP, and that enabled then the wave to focus the Sovereign, and we saw how quickly it died once it took the focus from the wave. So the Red Eyes was still healthy with like 100% HP, while the Sovereign got fully focused by the wave, and that was entirely down to the Centaur, bringing the Swift Armor Sovereign below 100% and allowing the wave to focus it.
But I think that like there might even be a small misplay involved, which could have cost him the game, because I think that if Snackles upgrades his right war, which we know died before the Sovereign, it very surely would have been focused before the Sovereign, so he could have probably helped better. So I think he just went for like the more charge time on the board. But I think that that's a deciding factor, that the boar survived like longer, or not the boar, but rather the Red Eyes survived the longest of all of the melee units.
Yeah, I think you're onto something there. I also think X-God pulled a little bit too much of the wave over onto his area, because that ended up dying pretty quickly.
I think in general, but on the other hand, like X-God's build doesn't look too strong there.
No,
he does not really have anything. Like his Assyria, of course, is getting buffed by the Pegasus and by the Dark Mage, but it's not dealing too much damage on this wave. And the 3 brutes probably just shred through the Hardened Golem, and then it's almost everything on the Assyria. So even though he's like on insane value, because it's 2.25k, which is immense, but he got 620.
Yeah, that's a pretty massive send to try and deal with on wave 12. That's like double the usual size send you expect on a wave like that.
Yeah, I do agree. But that was also like somewhat down to the Presty attack, the Pro League on 11, actually even like a rather slow wave 10, a leak on 9. So they prepped it, and they prepped it well.
Yeah, they played that really, really well there from Boo Boy and Robbie, I think. Very, very well. And I think one more thing before we go into the next lobby is I have to say that with this Sovereign lifesteal combo, so much of it relies on the Sovereign reaching full mana. Because when he does reach full mana, he's pretty much invincible. Like, he has the double lifesteal, he has the Butcher buff, and the lifesteal spell. If he hits full mana, and he's got his 36% damage reduction, and his splash attack, so he's lifestealing off the entire wave, he's borderline invincible. Like, the amount of DPS he dishes out, the amount of regeneration. Like, I've seen Sovereigns lifestealing for 700 health every time it attacks, which is just insane. Like, the wave cannot out-damage that kind of lifesteal. And I just think...
At this point, you're just hoping. Like, you're just praying that your 4 eyes stacks up far enough to finally kill it in 10 hours. Exactly.
And that's what I was hoping for with Snack here on wave 12, is if both of his boars were able to tank first, then maybe the Sovereign hits that full mana, goes completely nuclear, and just solos the wave. Because it can do that. The Sovereign is absolutely capable of doing that, but unfortunately his Sovereign got focused pretty early on, and I really think that is down to the genius Centaur send there from Boo Boy, enabling the wave to focus the Sovereign instead of the Red Eye. So really, really well played there from Boo Boy and Robbie. Excellent shot calling, and a very decisive end to this game 1.
And we can see that Boo Boy subbing in hasn't harmed any of the momentum that the Dream Team has.
Absolutely, dude. And the next lobby is up, so I'm going to hop into there now.
Yeah. So do you expect to see like any changes coming up regarding who sends into whom and things like that?
Well, for starters, they won't be able to play the same options again, will they? So Robbie will not be able to play Atlantean again, and Boo Boy, who I believe was on redraw, will not be able to pick redraw again. So the 2 players are going to have to choose a different option this time around. They can just switch. So Robbie could pick redraw and Boo Boy could pick Atlantean if that's how they want to play it, and just pretty much mirror what they did in the previous game. And it looks like for some reason X-God has swapped over onto a different account. Not sure why. Maybe his machine crashed or something.
I'm also kind of confused. I think that Oh, Shadow messaged me. I know that's not related to that, so I wonder what the input here is. I mean, both teams are fine with it. I'm not so sure what's happening here, to be honest. I'll quickly confirm. But it seems like we're just starting. Okay, so for some
Well,
reason, X got just swapped to another account.
yeah, that was a bit of an odd one, but maybe his machine crashed and he's gone onto a second computer or something like that. But either way, it's the same player. He's just playing on an alternate account. It's fine. Both teams are happy. So let's get into game number 2, dude. And after seeing a really decisive win there from Booboy and Robbie, how do you feel about game 2? Can Le Bloc Québécois take it to a 1-1 and go for a third game? Or will this be a 2-0 clean sweep from the Dream Team?
I think it comes down to the roles. Also, like, I'm very happy that you're pronouncing the name. I won't ever do that. And I had a very good laugh. For everyone who doesn't know it, I got confirmation why X got changed to another account.
Go ahead.
It's something so classy. He does not own the YOLO option on his main account.
Oh, right.
X God as an account does not own YOLO, so he had to change over to his secondary account, which owns YOLO, which
Perfect.
is great.
That is amazing indeed. All right.
We can see another boar roll by Booboy. We can
Yeah.
see Roby with a very awkward yet interesting roll.
Robbie's playing redraw though, so Robbie will be able to have a lot of options later on. Or is this a lock-in on Robbie? I can't see which unit he would have locked in out of those. I don't really think any of those are lock-in potential, so this must be a redraw from Robbie.
I think so, yeah. I mean, it's fair, to be honest. Like, he'll just cycle through it. He will probably just hope to hit, like, a carry unit at some point, like a 2x carry unit. Something like a boar, funnily enough. And we can see Snackles starting off with an Atom and a Sacred Steed, so he's a rather slow start for now for wave 1, but he will be able to push up to 5 workers. We could see X-God with an Angler behind his Brawl, so I wonder what's happening there, but it's
Wait, he's going for an egg start, so he's doing exactly what Robbie did in the previous game. He's playing Atlantean. He's going for the Growl and the Angler, which means the Angler can get up its nice early game stat, because you don't want to miss out on all that damage later on when you upgrade to Kingpin. And he'll add either a Seraphim or a Serpent on wave 3, which will give him a pretty much free hold on his exec. So he should get the fully stacked Hydra, especially with Booboy going for the King up there on wave 1. It means the amount that he can send is going to be a little bit limited. So we don't expect to see the egg pop there from Eggy Cultist, which is a good name for someone playing Atlantean, by the way.
Yeah, it's a good name for someone like that. But I wonder, why did he choose another account if he's not even playing YOLO?
I think what's happened is X-God is on the Sneckles account, and Sneck is on the Eggy Cultist account, but I mean, you'd have to ask the players.
I mean,
and look, his Angler's misplaced. His Angler is too close to the egg. So it's dying really quickly there, not getting the stacks. And on top of that, it actually makes it harder for him to hold because you need that Angler's DPS. So if there is a half-decent send on wave 2, that Angler on wave 3, sorry, that Angler positioning might really come back to bite Eggy Cultist. He could end up losing an egg there. But we see it's not going to be a big send, it's only going to be a snail, and then presumably a king up to go with that snail, so it should just be a free hold there from Eggy Cultist, who does go for the Serpent.
I do actually think I do very much think that the positioning is intentional, because this way the Angler somewhat tanks, dies off, and then the wave should partially turn onto the Serpent, so you just ensure your hold by splitting some of the tank value onto your damage carry.
Yeah, exactly.
So I think even though it looked kind of funky on 2, I think it's a very valid strategy.
Yeah, there's a double snail here. Oh, he's actually protected now on 3. That's weird, because we saw him die really quickly on wave 2. But now here on wave 3, he's absolutely fine. So he stays alive, he deals the damage, and more importantly almost, he gets all of those stacks from wave 3. Look at that mana shooting up there on the Angler. 51 stacks. And meanwhile, Booboy, he leaks versus a Lizard Snail here on wave 3. So his Zeus Oathbreaker not quite able to hold here. It's not a small leak either there, 50%.
But on the other hand, it's not too bad since I mean Eggy Cultist, which is actually is stuck on 4 workers for now. So
Yeah.
Blue Boy and Roby with their 6 and 7 workers respectively, they do actually like this time, but it was at a high cost. And
There
we'll
we
actually
go.
see going to the king. So
Is it going to be first blood? There it is. First blood, 1%.
I mean, last game the team who drew the first blood won. So
Yeah.
are we in for something here?
It's a pretty solid indicator. So we have Sneckle's 7 workers is pretty solid. He goes for a little bit of tank value here now with his golden buckler. He is getting a send from Robbie. It will only be a dragon turtle. I don't know if Robbie wants to add the snail as well. Honestly, I think if Robbie does add a snail, this might end up being a decent leak on Sneck because the dragon turtle will tank the steed for a really long time. But he doesn't.
He did not. Actually, I don't think it leaks. The damage of the item is too high, honestly.
Yeah. But the rest of the units are really weak on 4, so it all comes down to that atom being pumped full of mana by the steeds.
It's actually
Yeah.
kind of dire, just with the dragon turtle. You're right. I was totally wrong.
I think this is going to be a leak even with just the turtle, so you can imagine if there was a snail there as well. This would have been something like 70%, honestly, because the dragon turtle would have completely obliterated all of the damage from the seed in the split.
See, that's the reason why you were rank 1 and I wasn't.
And Boo Boy pro-leaking the lizard there, so a little bit more time, and they still do have the worker advantage. 7 apiece on Boo Boy and Robbie, and Eggy, although he is catching up, still on 6 there.
And the question is, I mean, his angler is fully stacked, so he needs to upgrade it ASAP in order to stack some more. But that would like hurt his work account, and as you can see, he's not upgrading it. He's pushing. He pushed a 7th worker instead of upgrading the angler. So even though he can like push here, he does it at a cost, at somewhat of an opportunity cost.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And we do see Boo Boy and Robbie, they're going for a much more income-heavy game style than they did in the previous game. Look at them, both on 51 income here on Wave 5 versus the 39 and 36 of their opponents. So they are going for that scaling, it seems, more so this game than they did previous. But this will be, it looks like a pretty bad leak actually from Robbie. And this wasn't a massive send, it's only a brute snail. It's only a brute snail, but this is a pretty big leak. 53% there from Robbie.
Yeah, that's actually not too shabby, and it might even get like some bonus gold over to agricultists who can afford, for example, the junior fisherman without upgrading or without sending, just upgrading. And I've been informed by our tournament director that you should very kindly be asked to turn on the wave information for the newer players, because which actually makes sense.
But it is enormous though.
Just yeah, that's true, but I think it's worth it.
With the UI scaling, it's pretty huge.
Yeah, my UI is scaled down so far. I can't judge. So
yeah.
It's up to you. I was just asked to deliver this to you.
Okay.
So I think since we're not in the semifinals yet, but rather just in a quarterfinal, we're okay with adjusting. No. Okay, so we can see like everyone pushing up to 8 workers except for Blue Boy. But he has a very strong role because he's got Boar, he's got Zeus, and he even has a Daphne to accompany his Zeus. So the damage will be amplified. So that's a rather interesting role. And I think he would be able to scale rather well. And since we haven't talked about it, have you seen the Legion spells? Like that's the very, very interesting set of Legion spells.
Look at this arm go. I'll come back to the spells in a second. This arm is dealing out insane DPS here. Not quite enough to cover, but the Atom damn near soloed the wave. So a very small leak there from Sneckles. But yeah, the Legion spells here are very different to the previous game. We have the Loan, which is plus 200 gold at the cost of minus 36 income. There's the All-Out Assault, which is plus 100 Mythium at the cost of 20 income. And there's the Embargo, which is an interesting one. It stops you from being able to send on wave 11 and 12, but then on wave 13 you get a bonus 80 gold and 85 Mythium. So it's kind of a mix between an Economist and an aggressive spell. Meanwhile, I think the Loan and the All-Out Assault kind of cancel each other out. Like with All-Out Assault, you normally want to take it if you're going for a big end the game play on wave 11 or 12. But when Lone is available, it kind of makes that a lot less desirable, because if you're going for that all-in end-game play, and all of a sudden your opponent just gets 200 gold for free with the Lone, they're able to hold your massive send when they would have had no chance otherwise, and then you're in a really bad position, because if you do go for an all-in play and they hold, well, guess what? Your all-in failed, and that means you're really on the back foot then.
Yeah, I think we were looking at it anyways, because one Legion spell cancels out the other, and no one can risk that, I think. Especially considering that Xcot is playing Atlantean, so you might not even want to send 11 or 12 anyways against the Kingpin. And we can see a rather big leak here on Blue Boy, who unfortunately started to focusing the Mimic rather early, brought it down to half HP.
I think he got pretty good focus, honestly. The reason I say that is because the only thing that was left was the Mimic and then like 4 small blobs. So he at least killed all of the big sludges before focusing the Mimic. So he pretty much cleared the entire wave, leaving just a few of those left over 2 gold blobs, which is no big loss really to leak those. So it could have been much worse, I think.
Expect, like, honestly. It's more than you expect.
Oh, sure. I mean, he had like 800 value, so you kind of expect to pretty much full hold, right?
Yeah, especially with the Zeus and the Daphne, but I think he's just lacking in the damage department. Oh, in the tank department for his damage, so he might need to get some more boars.
And Eggy's going for a second bounty hunter here, but he builds it straight into a bounty hunter with 0 stacks. I don't know. I think if I was to go for a later game angler play, I probably would have just gone straight for the angler and then spent the gold on more impactful units, because 1, the angler generates stats faster than the bounty hunter, and 2, both units have pretty low stats for their cost. So if you're going to go for a kind of a mid-game pivot like that into another angler, I think you go just angler and then try and upgrade it later once it's fully stacked.
I honestly don't see a reason to go for another angle, because
it's
not going to be that stacked, and if you have it online for 13, it doesn't really matter, because, I mean, it does, but at this point, it's rather wasted gold. It's like an insane investment. It's like over 400 investment for a, 75 stack Kingpin, if even. So, I'm not so sure.
Yeah, I think I'm with you on that one, dude. I think this second one in particular was a very weird play to me. I think he could have spent 165 gold much better elsewhere.
Yeah, for sure. Like, but I mean, he probably like feared Ascend and didn't want to have nothing, couldn't afford to upgrade the Serpent into a Deep Coiler.
Yeah.
So that might have been it. But on the other hand, like, even if you place just a Devilfish to tank for everything else, it probably has somewhat of an equal value.
Yeah, we were talking about worker advantage, but look at this now. Eggy Cultist, 15 workers here on wave 9.
Yeah, that's some Hydra start popping off big.
Yeah. That fully stacked Hydra is so powerful in the early game, and it just gives you really strong holding potential.
Yeah, and it's not just the Hydra. I mean, the Hydra carried him through the early game for now, but the point is, there will be Kingpins.
Yeah.
And they will destroy. They won't destroy everything, they will obliterate everything, because it's a full stack Kingpin, I think.
Oh, there's going to be a leak here from Robbie. 67%, by the way. And this was pure income. This was Dino Fiend Lizard. There's not a single brute in sight. 67%. You do not want to be leaking that badly versus income here on the side of Robbie.
I didn't expect it. Like, honestly, it's just too big of a send to be expected.
Yeah.
But I think, like, X got 17 workers by now, and soon to be a Kingpin. I think that just kind of surprised Robbie.
Yeah. I wonder if we see another Wave 12 then coming out, because Robbie is actually looking really vulnerable on 12. Boo Boy less so, because he does have the boars. But remind you, we did see a player losing with Great Boar Red Eyes on Wave 12 in the previous match, so maybe we see that repeated again here today.
And quite interesting is that Robbie and Boo Boy, even though they could take low, it would probably put them behind so far economically with their income that I think that could really be a problem. Like, they might not be able to afford to pick the Legion spell, which makes them hold. We'll see another 6 income, so every focus is just scaling and scaling up. And yeah, it will be kind of interesting. What do you think are we looking for now, Penny? Do you think we'll see the send on 12 against Roby and Boo Boy?
Allow me to mute 1 second, Crazy, if you're okay to take over just while I'm being raided by
I'll just take over. I thought so. I hope there's like some baby rage in chat. Okay, so we can see Booboy adding another boar, so he's going for a tank line, which is great. He even protected his Zeus.
Yeah.
We can see Wanderers on Roby's side, which do actually do somewhat work as a tank line against the lane. But them dying that early probably might cause a wave to turn around to the decoyless. That could be a problem. And we can see a loan coming out from Snackle. That's very interesting. I wonder what the thought process behind that one is. And the one from Agriculturist. So both of them picking up the Legion spells, the defensive Legion spell of Loan. Whilst Roby and Booboy take the All of the Soul, which is a ballsy play. And I think it's a necessary play, honestly. Because they are so far behind. But Snackles and Xcut know it. They know that the All of the Soul will have to come in for Booboy and Roby to have a chance, since they're so far behind, since Xcut is like massive. So the loan actually probably will ensure a hold, especially with this Kingpin. So I think at this point, Booboy and Roby just have played themselves.
Yeah. Now here come the Sens, and they're pretty big. And this looks actually like a very similar Sen to what they had in the previous, because we see the Centaur, we see the pack leader, and that's pretty solid against what Sneckles has on the table. He does get the red eyes again, but we saw him die with the red eyes already in the last game. So what's our prediction here? Eggy Cultist does go for his second Kingpin, but that's an extremely low stat Kingpin there, 40 mana only. I think it's been a while since I saw a Kingpin so low, and he changes his mind, he goes for a Coiler instead. Ah, he changed his mind back, okay.
It's kind of interesting. I mean, Eggy Cultist probably should still have his reroll. I think that would have been the time to use it.
Yeah.
If you roll into something that's like good here, like a banana bank or something like that, it might actually have been a better play than adding a 40 stack Kingpin.
Yeah. It looks like Sneckles is doing pretty well. He's clearing most of the wave, if not all of the wave, so he will leak, but it's not going to be anywhere near as bad as it was last game. Robbie, 59% over there. We do have a full hold from Booboy though, and we have a leak from Eggy Cultist as well, giving away 50 shutdown gold to both players, Booboy and Robbie. But they won't die, so we're not going to see a repeat of the first game. They will not die here. They are going to take some damage, but it's not going to be close to lethal. Meanwhile, over on the right-hand side, we do have Booboy nearly full covering for his mate, but not quite, it looks like. There should be... maybe he does. Maybe that's enough. Over here, the King is clearing the wave nicely. It has 9 attack upgrades, and they are down to 69%.
But the interesting thing is that taking the loan probably like increased the shutdown amount that Eggy Cultist gave away. Because it's so much money short term that it's probably weighed in heavily in the power score, which causes him to give away a bigger shutdown. But nonetheless, they're like far ahead. Steckles and Eggy Cultist, if you look at their income, are not ahead on that, but they're on workers ahead, and I think they're still in with a better shot this game than Roby and Booboy. But it's gotten a lot closer with the leaks on last wave.
Alright, so no one is sending here on 13. We have decent amounts of Mythium saved up for all of the players. And when do you expect the next send to come? I could see perhaps either a 15 or 16. I mean, 16 is looking really promising against Booboy and Robbie. Both players look pretty weak there. It's just a case of whether Eggy and Sneckles are able to live past wave 15 themselves.
I mean, I do think that Booboy and Roby will have to go 16 against this area. I think there's no world where they send on 15 unless they get sent here and like I can freely push and have some more time. And I think that even Snackles and Eggy Cultist are looking at 16 because there we can see a Doomsday Machine, which is not as good on 16 as it is on 15.
Yeah, for sure.
We can see the boars or the red eyes, so I think that actually, I think we're in for a 16 fiesta.
I think the best thing that Boo Boy can do to try and hold wave 16 would be to go for a full pyro pivot now. So on wave 15, he should just already start building the pyros, because we know how good pyro is at just burning down wave 16. They go for income sends on the side of Boo Boy and Robbie, so they are expecting a 15 send, it looks like. I think if Sneckles and Eggy Cultist, if they just hold their nerve and save one more round to send on 16, they might get a massive, massive leak, especially because this income send will give them free worker push then on 16 when the 2x workers kick in.
Yeah, I think that's always the danger with sending, like, even if it's just for income on 15, because you're giving away the opportunity to push double workers. And yeah, Boo Boy and Robbie are really expecting a send here. We can see, I mean, Robbie's build with the Orchid isn't bad on 16, but we can see Boo Boy spamming out Gargoyles, which are very, very, very bad next wave.
Yeah,
I mean, they're not even too great here.
Gargoyles are pretty solid tanks on wave 15, and they would keep his Zeus's alive for a long time, I think. But you're right, they're dead value on 16, and that's when the send is coming. So Boo Boy really needed to start building pyros already here on wave 15. I think these guys might be in quite a bit of trouble on wave 16, honestly.
Yeah, I think we're looking at 16, and I mean that's the wave you're looking against if you're playing against Zeus and Boar. But on the other hand, Boars are still strong there, even though it might not seem like from their typing, but they do apply a debuff on the entire wave if placed correctly. And that's actually massive since 16 is a wave that spawns a large amount of units.
Yeah, and let's see. Are they going to get a shutdown here or no? It looks like Sneckles, he's holding? I believe yeah, that's a hold from Sneckles. And X-God though, it's really close, but I think he does leak, and that is another shutdown, 25 gold. Now, I don't know that 25 gold is going to be enough for Boo Boy and Robbie to be able to hold 16, because they're looking pretty weak. Like, the Doomsday is dead value there, the Zeus is much less powerful 16 than it is on other waves, and the Red Eyes as well, very, very vulnerable to the impact damage of wave 16.
And honestly, I think that league cost them more than it got them. Like, the 25 gold per player are nice, but it's time for Sneckles and Eggy Cultist to stack up some more Mythium. And we can see like huge sends coming out from both Sneckles and Eggy Cultist.
And Robbie and Boo Boy, they do maximize the King spell upgrade, which is very, very strong on wave 16. The spell is Lightning Hammer, which I think is really good as well for clearing up the wave 16 creeps. So we might see that. I certainly expect them to leak here, like for sure I expect them to leak. But the leak needs to be massive, otherwise it's not going to be enough for them to win. Especially with these pyros. Now, 3 might not be enough to clear the wave, but they're certainly very, very strong on wave 16. And even if he leaks, the wave will be lowish HP because of those pyros bringing it all down into an AoE. And that means the King's spell will be able to clear it pretty easily in the mid.
Exactly, that's what I want to point out as well. And we can see Robbie's default being sniped by the wave partially. So that's actually a problem.
That's a big leak from Robbie. A very big leak from Robbie.
But they should be alive, right? I mean, we can see, even though it's a huge wave,
91%, 79%. So they're 2 big leaks, 91, 79. But I think you're right. I think with that King spell fully upgraded, they're going to survive this. So it will give a lot of gold and damage over to the side of Snecky and Eggy Cultist.
I mean, King starts pounding away now. He's focusing the 4 Eyes, so that's
4 Eyes is gone.
And
now the Ogre's gone. Yeah.
Wow, with the second spell, the Legion King will be able to like
clear up everything. Yeah. So they took some damage, but it's only 53%. So they're just below half HP now. And I think that Eggy and Sneck, they kind of needed to achieve a little bit more than that because they were saving for a very long time there.
Yeah, but like all points, all fingers do point toward like a big end on wave 18 or 19, maybe even 20. But I mean, wave 20 didn't used to be too common, but with Red Eyes being able to delay all the waves so efficiently, we might look at 19 or 20 here.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, wave 17 shouldn't be a problem for anyone involved.
No, everyone's fine on 17. 18 is a hard one to call because the Zeus is so good on 18. Now, Boo Boy's tanks are pretty bad there, like the boars will get killed quickly by the wave, but Zeus, it just does so much single target magic damage that it makes the build pretty solid on wave 18. But we do see the Sens coming out now from Boo Boy and Robbie. We have Shaman from Robbie, we have Siege Ram and Pack Leader from Boo Boy, and I think this is a pretty good choice. The Siege Ram will tank the damage of the archers for a really long time.
And we can see Sneckles and Agricultist sending as well. Agricultist is just sending for income.
I wonder if he decides to do some king upgrades as well. I think he probably will in that case.
I mean, I don't know. I think his thought process was like to prohibit all the orchids with their ability to like from hitting the wave.
Mm-hmm.
But we can see Roby like placing masks down instead of boosting his orchids. Oh no, he's boosting them anyways. So we're in for a somewhat of a race, I think. But on the other hand, no one looks too weak here, and I think that with triple Azaria,
that is just so much damage. If those 3 Azaria target the same creep together, they'll just burn it down really quickly.
But on the other hand, he's lacking the front line for it, honestly.
Yeah.
Because I mean, of course, he has the elite archers and he has.
But that Siege Ram just got deleted. Absolutely deleted. And now the 3 Azaria, they're about to cast again, so that does double their attack speed. And just look how quickly the creeps die. But these are wave 18 creeps. They have 7,600 health. But guess what? It's not going to be enough. He's still going to leak here on the side of Eggy Cultist. And his mate, Sneckles, is not holding. I think this might be game, dude.
Yeah, and we can see Roby and B-Boy holding on Roby's side, which I totally did not expect. And a small leak
from Boo Boy, but that's inconsequential. And meanwhile, this does look like lethal here on the left-hand side. The Earth King, I don't think, can survive this.
I mean, there's a Shaman in there as well, and he's buffing up the wave, and the wave's coming with the King, and that's game, and that's the end of our last quarterfinal.
There it is, dude. GG. Robbie and Boo Boy, the dream team, living up to their name here. They take this in a really decisive 2-0 in the match. Which is a bit of a shame, honestly, because I would have loved to see a game 3 between these two teams. But yeah, unlucky there for Sneckles and Eggy Cultist, and really, really well played to Boo Boy and Robbie, the dream team, who will advance now into the semi-finals.
Yeah, and it again, I think the breaking point was wave 12. Actually, not so much. I think actually more of the breaking point was the 15 into 16 and 16 not being able to close out the game. And that's like the point that high elo players often discuss with lower ranked players. Wave 16 as a wave is rather strong, especially against your king if it's not upgraded. But if your king is upgraded, it's spell, it's AoE.
It's really hard to win on 16, yeah. Because the creep's HP are relatively low. It's a swarm wave. That means there's 18 spawns instead of the usual 12. But it has like the same total HP as a normal wave. It just means that that HP is split among more creeps. So because the total HP is that much lower on every creep, when it reaches the king with a fully upgraded AoE spell, it's able to just burn them down way too quickly. So wave 16 ends up being quite a lot less lethal than other waves would be with a similar sized leak.
Yeah, I do agree. Do we know when our next game is gonna start?
So our next game, I believe...
Is in 40 minutes.
40 minutes, okay. Then in that case, I think we have plenty of time to go for a bit of a giveaway. So I can start the giveaway here in the chat. And what we have is, if I change over to this view over here. Alright, so guys in the chat, we have thank you to Mr. Flight TV, who has donated 3 Legion TD2 game keys. We're going to start a bit of a giveaway here now. Now you're going to have 10 minutes to enter the giveaway. And in order to enter, you need to type !giveaway. Everybody is allowed 1 ticket each. There are no multiple entries. And once 10 minutes is over, we will announce the lucky winner and you will get yourself a free copy of Legion TD2. So allow me to start the giveaway now. I think that should now be live in the chat. So if you guys want to start typing giveaway, then you can enter to win yourself a nice free copy of Legion TD2, courtesy of Flight TV and Shadow Wings, of course, who is hosting today's tournament.
Yeah. I totally want to win this. This would be like my third old account, fifth old account. No, I'm joking. I'm not participating. I'm just an observer and a caster here. And I hope that who is watching us, like especially the players who do not have a copy of the game yet, win it. For the players that already have a copy or two, I know you. I'd recommend you not participating, but of course it's a personal choice.
Yeah, agreed. I think it would be much fairer if the giveaway went to someone who doesn't own the game yet. But yeah, anyone is welcome to enter, to be fair.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest, it's kind of interesting since our cast and tournament setting is probably attracting higher elo, or that's not higher elo players, but more experienced players, to be honest.
Yeah.
So a new player might not watch this cast, especially might not enjoy it because it's kind of a very complex game. I mean, I hope everyone enjoys it. So people watching might even have a copy probably, but I hope someone wins it who doesn't have yet own a copy, because whenever I'm lurking in someone else's stream, I can see people like complaining, oh, I don't have money, but the game looks so great. Is it free to play? So yeah, it's free to play if you win in Penny's raffle.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what are we doing until your raffle is completed?
Well, I think we've got a nice bit of time to just relax as casters, so I think what I might do is take the opportunity now while the giveaway is running to just have a 5-minute breather and rest my vocal cords. Probably suggest for you to do the same, and then we'll meet back here in 8 minutes once the giveaway is over, and we can announce the lucky winner then.
Yeah, time for a quick toilet break. Well, we'll see all of you back in 8 minutes to announce who won their respective Legion TD key and who will be hopefully participating in the next cup, since they went crazy with it and got exceptionally good at the game.
Perfect. I'll see you back here soon.
Soon. TM.
All right, guys, in the chat, we have a winner for the giveaway. So we can see there are 39 entries. And I will press pick a winner now, and we'll see who is the lucky person who wins a free copy of Legion TD2. So let's go. And the copy goes to Kasako45. Congratulations, Kasako. You win the free copy of Legion TD2, and Shadow Wings will be in touch with you very shortly to give you your free key so you can get yourself in the game, and I hope you enjoy because this game is amazing. So lucky you, well done, congratulations.
Hi Penny, I'm back as well.
Hey, Crazy, welcome back, welcome back. So we had a winner for the giveaway. That was Kasako45, who will receive the copy of Legion TD2. And we do have just under 30 minutes now before the next match starts. So how do you feel about a caster 1v1 matchup? So we can decide once and for all which of us is the best Legion TD2 caster and, of course, player.
Yeah, I'm up for it. It will just be a roll fiesta. So,
Yeah,
or do you want to like make it like more interesting? Don't play mastermind, but rather hybrid or some stuff, or do you want to really do it full on? What about a YOLO?
YOLO, it sounds insane, dude. Let's do a YOLO 1v1.
Can only be good.
It has to be good.
I see no problems. Are you hosting it or shall I open it?
I have already hosted.
I do not see that.
Try refresh.
Oh yeah, it's not.
Alright, let me just get your webcam up as well.
Oh yeah, it's not on. That was what I wanted to ask. It's up now.
Alright, are you ready?
Yeah, sure.
Alright, let's go. So guys, we are going to kick in now with a 1v1 YOLO caster stream, and we can decide once and for all who is the greatest LTD2 caster of all time.
But I mean, you're obviously gonna lose because you can stream snipe me because if there's a 5-minute delay for competitive integrity.
True, but I don't see your screen. You only see my screen.
That's actually true. So we said mastermind YOLO.
I just need to. I just need to move the webcams around a little bit because they're in different places now. All right, let's go. Let's go. I mean, I have a pretty good YOLO roll there, I've got to say.
I'm happy mine is playable.
Nice, nice.
Don't care about anything else. I mean,
this is actually looking pretty good. Like, I'm not even kidding. This is looking pretty good as far as rolls go.
I mean, we do still have to reroll, boys, so that's fine as well. The question is just whether we just turn on auto-send, you know? How long shall the game go?
I mean, I think I'm playing auto-send this game. I'm pretty sure I'm playing auto-send.
Don't you dare. No, I'm fine with whatever, but I'm not doing it. There's no such thing as an auto-send for me in ranked games there. I'm sorry, I mean ranked game instead.
Yeah, you do.
That isn't classic or featured, let's say.
You do you.
On this map, there's no such thing as auto-send.
Good luck, have fun, noob! I mean, you're going to be pretty excited when you see my opening there. Oh, there's a snail! What a tryhard!
I wanted to meme you, but it didn't work.
Crazy going for the nightmare opener there. I don't know, dude. I don't know if your nightmare can keep up with what I've got over here.
I'm so sad, honestly. I wish you would have started something like a Windhawk 5 workers and like leaked big time. I was so ready.
Oh, flower opener, by the way. Mr. Bonnie would not be happy. He calls this unit unplayable, so time to prove him wrong once and for all, if ever that needed doing.
I mean, actually, it is rather bad at the moment. Besides, as an opener, it's fine. I mean, you can still start 6 workers, 5 workers, depending on whether you get a king upgrade with an Alpha Spirit.
Yeah.
So I think it's fine, honestly. Have you checked the Legion spells?
I have not.
We do have giant memes in game.
Giant Snails, All Out Assault, and Protector. Interesting, interesting.
I mean, there's not even really a defensive spell, honestly.
These waves are pretty fast, dude.
Yeah.
I kind of want a bit more time because, you know, this is serious business here.
I mean, I would have loved to roll into a meme devil just to beat you with it. That would have been great.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, not happening. Yeah, well, I mean, I'm actually
Another
playing
snail?
that because I should have really done my reputation justice and just like went snail on 1 and 2, send on 7 or something.
Yeah.
No.
But that is not the spirit of the YOLO matchup, right?
Yeah, it's not, obviously not. And I mean, we would have quite some time to talk about it because nobody would enjoy it, but yeah.
I'm playing this so safe, dude. It makes me feel bad how safe I'm playing this game.
That's...
But look at you as well. Your role looks a bit dicey, dude. So you've got the Nightmare, the Aqua, the Peewee. Like, if I had any kind of workers, that would suck on wave 5.
No, there's no problem in wave 5, I can assure that. There's never a problem that early if you're only on 2 workers.
Alright, everyone, chilling with their Mythium on wave 4. Oh, do I send you a Brute on 5? I think you might be in trouble versus Brute on 5, dude.
That would be kind of mean, not gonna lie. Don't you dare!
Oh, the Brute! Here he comes!
Freaking clown.
Here he comes!
I'm just joking, you wouldn't dare.
We'll see, we'll see.
Problem is that my role actually is abysmal. Besides for what I started with, I still have huge problems everywhere. But I might still be able to hold here, depending on aggro.
There's my 80. Very nice. Oh, look at that Brute, dude! You're in so much trouble!
What are you doing? Playing 3 workers? 3.5?
I was possibly 5 workers for a very long time because I wanted my Bounty Hunter on wave 5.
I cry every time. I mean, I waited and I wanted to scale off of your send, but then you didn't give me a send, you gave me an insult. Where is your reroll into Steeds, though?
Yeah.
I want to see it.
Steed would be nice, but I've already used my reroll and the Steed is not there. I can give you that information. The Steed is not in my reroll.
Sad.
Now, 5 minutes. Obviously, we've got a delay on of 5 minutes. I'm getting tips in the chat now of what I should have built instead of what I have built.
Yeah, I mean, chat always knows best. That's the rule number 1 that you learn in school. Chat always knows best.
Oh, you're such a tryhard, dude. Not sending here.
Why?
Because I wanted you to snail me or something, you know?
Yeah, because you have a butcher and I know what's coming next. But actually, if you mind looking at my side, my foot was kind of insane.
Yeah, you got a nice hold there.
Tanked 1, and...
You've got a nice hold there, alright.
Yeah, it's... like
This is annoying, though.
I mean, the question is just when you want to shift into the silver rain.
Yeah.
You can't shift if I always send, you know.
Yeah, true.
That strat worked wonders yesterday. It actually really did. Sayajin is still quite infinite with that most.
Oh, I think that send probably breaks me.
I mean, I think it depends on aggro.
I mean, I have 4 anglers, which is just... it's just 160 gold of dead value, dude.
Yeah, and you're not sniping the brute either. It looks kind of dire for you. But
I've still got a shroom alive, though.
Yeah, I think you actually might be holding.
Obviously, I think you hold against my snail, somehow.
Yeah. I don't know how that happened. It's kind of a miracle.
Yeah.
It's a 1 out of 50. It's basically a win in the weekly challenge.
Now I'm killing the brutes.
Yeah, you're holding.
Okay, nice.
You even have 1 angler alive. Look at you. I mean, that little guy over there is stacking them.
And auto send is on.
Wow, you shifted into the sovereign here?
No.
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 Wow. Then I'm actually impressed. I mean, actually, since we're playing 1v1 and no one's leaking, it's like way too fast. That's a problem. So you can't even push off of it, like not as well as you would want to. Wow, it's a butcher even. You even place that sucks.
You didn't resend here. Okay, I need to get an actual unit next turn. I can't just have anglers and shrooms on the board for this late into the game.
Yeah. I mean, honestly, you can just. Unfortunately, I won't be able to go for a meme build here, but I can go kind of a meme build, so it's fine. You'll be happy when you see it.
I have my auto send on to carry the game for me.
I mean,
look at all these stacks, dude. Look at all these stacks. Insane.
Do you really think you can win just off of 1 unit?
Of course.
Not if your opponent has the same unit, you know.
Power spike online, dude.
Fuck me. Bluff me big times.
But I feel like you probably have around 5 or 6 more workers than I do.
I mean, I'm honestly down to like play open cards. How much workers are you at?
I'm on 9.
I'm on 12.
Yeah, I thought you would have more than that.
Problem is that it wasn't really worth it because everything was like so fucking fast that I couldn't like even properly push it.
Yeah, all the waves have been really fast. There haven't been any leaks, I think, so far, right? Yeah, nobody has leaked, so all the waves have been super fast.
But I'm probably leaking here.
Yeah?
To your snip.
Yeah, it was a massive send, dude.
Oh no! I mean, actually, I think you'd have a sovereign here.
I'll get the sovereign eventually, don't worry.
Yeah, and
oh, look! We got him! The UI scaling is really weird, by the way. My ping wheel is in a completely different place. We got him, boys! 25% to a single snail. Absolutely wrecked.
Is the king weaker or stronger?
It should be weaker. It should be like half the HP, more or less. It might be exactly half.
I mean, it wouldn't make sense like for it to actually be weaker, but I mean, I meant in comparison.
Yeah.
May I add, my role is just looking like a giant meme.
Nice.
If you say so, you gotta know best. You're one of your own stuff. Wow, actually, game going so fast, it really hurts me. Because there's no way I can sustain any.
Yeah, because you had the early game worker advantage, but I'll probably get the mid game worker advantage now with my kingpin.
Yeah, probably.
Although I think I probably leak here, and I am on fire, so.
No, you're sniping up the brute, so you might actually.
Kingpin's not taking focus. I think I'm good. Yeah.
Iris tanking, but you're fine. Do you think it's like objectively the best defense spot here?
Well, I know what I'm taking. I probably know what you should take as well.
I do personally think that giant snails
Got
are
'em.
probably are probably the best here, like in the start game, or like in such a fast game, because it adds so much value for knockups.
Yeah, I think giant snails are good for you. I can tell you for free that I will not be picking them myself.
Yeah, you'll be going for a protector.
Dare not punish the wicked.
A protector.
Protector. Online.
Protector, you know. Because it's really pog. Yeah, if one's memeing, everyone's memeing. I mean, actually, I'm kind of happy that we both got some rather playable roles in YOLO. Like, honestly, it's playable.
Yeah, my role is pretty filthy in the late game, honestly.
I mean, the correct call for me would have been to send snails here, like those snails and send you.
Yeah, but you're going to try me on 12, are you? That's bold.
No, I just want to, like, I want to have a protector for my 7k HP sovereign.
Yeah.
I think that's a fair point. Are you actually on 3 workers or on 4? I don't really see it. I don't even see a send, you know, there weren't even king upgrades.
Oh, do you really not see the king upgrades?
I do, but
You do, okay.
It's small.
It's a meme.
Yeah, basically. I mean, the question is how long can one starve out the game in a 1v1? Because actually, if I get a big leak on you, you might even be dead.
1v1 is really, really snowbally.
So what you're saying is that I already got.
No, I mean, if you can get one big leak on me, then you should easily come back.
I mean, you're even giving away a shutdown at the moment.
Yeah. And you get full value from my leaks as well, so it's pretty powerful.
Full value.
Well, as in you'll get all of the leak gold because it's not being split two ways.
Yeah. I thought you meant that I get 100% of the leak gold.
Yeah.
Like, if you would have put it. Looks kind of dire there. I'm joking. I'm going for pro leak. Obviously.
And for the people in chat, the next match will be starting in 10 minutes, which should be just long enough for me to hand Crazy the beating he deserves.
I mean, at least you can patch me back up and bring me back to life, since I heard that Chad called you Dr. Penny in regards to your look, so that's fine by me.
Alright, auto send doing its job.
Okay, meme build fulfilled. I'm ready.
I do kind of wish that I had other units and not just 4 bounty hunters though, because that is legit just 630 gold of completely dead value.
I mean, it's your own fault, to be fair.
It is my own fault, but well, I don't have other options in my role. The problem.
Yeah, it's. I mean, whether it's a problem, it's like depends on who you ask.
Yeah. 50
Yeah,
gold
but
bounty now, by the way. Are you going to claim it here?
I hope so.
340, let's go. Come on, Sovereign, you can do this.
I mean, can you look at my builds real quick? Can you see what's happening?
I see your chieftain tanking and dying very quickly. I see your Sovereign has 8.4k HP with Protector. That's pretty good as well. But my Sovereign, is it about to go Super Saiyan? Or does it die first? Come on, I can't click it. How much mana has it got? It's gonna die! No!
Rest in pieces!
No!
But you're still holding, right?
The Kingpin's still alive there, but I mean, it's really bad. I think I leap. I think you're going to get the shutdown, but it's only going to be the 4 eyes.
Oh, pop channel.
There's still 50 gold for you, plus all of the 4 eyes value.
Unfortunately, there's no mate that also gets 50 gold now. That would be great.
Well, do you get 50 or do you get 100 then? I'm not sure how it works in 1v1.
I'm actually not sure, but I think 50. I didn't spend too much attention on my own gold, but I think it's 50. I wonder where the devs... Holy shit. The 4 eyes you just leaked. What do you estimate how much gold it gave me when the king killed it?
Pass. So what was it
No,
worth?
no.
It's worth 60. I'm going to say
Yeah.
you got like 55.
I got 47, and that's huge, honestly.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. That's what I mean. You get all of it, so you get the full value of the leak there, which is pretty solid.
I mean, the question is just when you decide to end my suffering.
It's time for me to start adding a split, I think.
There's no such thing as a split in my build. I mean, actually there is. And it's killing off my chief in every way, but that doesn't matter.
I mean, your Sovereign's pretty tanky, dude. You've got 10k HP, you've got the Protector, but you don't have the lifesteal that I've got.
No, unfortunately, but I'm just leaving it. I'll just add and add and add. At one point there will be a 20k Sovereign getting Sniper 1 4 eyes and L5 whatever.
Well, if I'm going to send you 4 eyes, I'll have to turn off auto send at some point.
Oh, that's true. So you're not sending. That's very kind. If that's what you're saying. No, I'm joking.
Well, right now I am 100% playing auto send, so
Yeah, I mean, yeah. The problem is that you do totally have the advantage late, and I couldn't start off my early worker push because the wave was so fast it didn't matter. That's kind of sad. Are you on a value here?
I'm on pretty high value.
No, on the recommended. How? Like I'm way below. Like I didn't get anywhere near the 3k mark.
I'm 96 under recommended value.
Yeah, okay, 400.
Is your Sovereign going to die? I think he's going to die.
No. Don't you
Oh,
dare! Oh
he's
my
dead.
God. That's
How's
not
mine doing? Mine's alive.
Disorder.
here for now.
He is tanking everything now, though.
I mean, you have a grass.
Can you just hit full mana, please? No, you can't. You can't hit full mana. Well, I'm killing the boss, but I am going to leak again, though. This is 75 gold
sad.
shutdown this time, so I get a bit of a leak on you.
Yeah, because you got auras on your.
Yeah, I've got
Sovereign.
Ocean Templar and Butcher. Oh, it's Head Chef. I already got the Head Chef.
Ocean Templar is sick on this wave, honestly.
But I need to stop leaking because I'm just giving you shutdown gold for nothing.
Yeah, but I don't think it really matters. You're so far ahead economically.
Yeah.
And my meme build is, yeah. not
Meming.
happening. Yeah, it's meming. I don't have a tank. That's the problem. Actually. There's, literally, the best thing I could place in front of my Sovereign or next to it would be a Negomata or a Gate Guard.
Yeah, yeah.
Kind of sad. But at least everyone now has evidence as to why we claim that Jules should nerf the Sovereign. You can just turn on auto send if you roll it, if you roll properly. And
Well, I
just-
haven't done anything insane yet, though, I don't think.
Yeah, it's true, but yeah, that's actually true. Still kind of annoying. And I think I'll just remove my split here. I think I want my Sovereign to full tank. The legendary 14k Sovereign.
There he is, dude. Insane.
I mean, actually, it's melting too fast. I haven't scaled up properly. At some
Yeah,
point it
you've
might
got
be-
him out in front as well, so I mean you have to have him in front to get the chieftain buff, but it does mean that he gets focused pretty quickly.
I mean, there's no other unit in my build that could tank it.
Yeah.
I mean, it kind of works. Like, not too well, but kinda.
Kind of works.
Actually, I think if you keep on auto sending, we'll see wave 20. I'm sure of that. I think we actually might even be able to see 20.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, but what if I don't keep on auto sending? What then?
Then it's over. That's quite an easy answer for me.
Oh, on, off, on, off, on, off. Oh.
I think actually I might die on this wave. I
Nah,
think my
you're
meme
fine.
build's not. No, it's not strong enough. Like, honestly, I have a full tanking sovereign up front, and I don't think it will be enough. I mean, at some point I could just place a Q in front. Like, literally up front.
Yeah, and he's tanking the full wave 17 now. He is going to die pretty quickly, even with his 16,000 HP.
And I don't have anything else to, like, do damage.
Then as soon as he dies, that's all of your DPS, right?
I mean, the chieftains do deal insane DPS in general, but not in this way.
Maybe I should have sent real things and not Cannoneer King Ops.
Yeah, that's what you claim. I mean, you could have ended it here, like, for sure. Look at the solo chieftain there.
Oof, I definitely could have ended it here with a proper send.
What do you mean a proper send if you add a mole to your...
If I just send anything that's not Cannoneer and 4 King Ups, I'm pretty sure I win the game here.
Actually, I might even die. Not if it's close. Like, King's melting. Yeah, it's
yeah, the King is melting.
Oh, is it? Is it? Oh, yeah. I mean, what?
Yes! Greatest caster of all time! Victory! Actually, I'm kind of glad that the game ended there because we have 2 minutes left to introduce the next matchup. So pretty much that 1v1 lasted a little bit longer than I expected. So let's pop into this introduction now for the next teams. In the semi-final, we have #1, that is King Dans and Sire Jin, versus the upgraded Bananas, that is Adams and Chuvis. Now, all of these guys have some pretty solid tournament results under their belts already. King Dans and Sire Jin, of course, the winners of the recent Masters Cup in August. And in fact, King Dan's pretty much the winner of every Masters Cup ever. So you can't really get a better tournament result sheet than Dan's has already. But Adams, on the other side, he's no slacker either, because Adams and Widdowson, the regular Banana Boys, the downgraded Banana Boys if you like, they won the latest Legion in-house league. They came second in the Masters Cup. They've got some pretty solid tournament results under their belt as well. And by replacing Widdowson with Chuvis, I think Adams expects to have increased his chances of taking the victory in the Shadow Cup this weekend.
I mean, to point it out, King Dance has won every cup he has participated in, excluding the Seniors Cup. I don't know whether he participated in, but he won every cup he participated in.
Yeah.
And he is the most achieved Legion TD2 player of all time.
I've got King Dan's profile on the screen now for the guys in chat. Just look at these accolades along the top there. Winner, Masters Cup. Winner, Masters Cup 2. Winner, Masters Cup 3. Winner, 8. Winner, 7. Winner, 6. He's won pretty much every Masters Cup. I think there was one that he didn't enter.
Yeah, 4.
Yes.
He hasn't played 4.
So he didn't play the Masters Cup 4, but the other 7 cups he entered and he won. That really goes to show what an incredible tournament player King Dan's is. When there's money on the line, this guy steps up his game and just plays like an absolute machine, dude. So I think...
To be fair, it's not even like he's not even playing that goodly in tournaments still. Like whenever King's grinding, you know, there's some fun to be had on the ladder. And if he's not like currently playing duo queue, you might not even get too much elo or you might lose too much elo for losing to Dance. And
yeah.
It's kind of interesting how his playstyle has shifted, because King Dance always was a rather balanced play. I mean, he still is for the current meta, but he's also like living the economist life at the moment, if you want to hover that. And his tactician value, which was like very, I mean, for example, his tactician was never that high for how high his breaker value was, but he was always a rather balanced player, never going to full income style. Yeah.
And I have been informed that the lobby is now up, so I will hop into the lobby over here.
I won't, you're on your own. You beat me. I don't want to play with you anymore.
So we have King Dan's and Saiyajin over on that side. I will update the scoreboard to reflect that properly.
So you will soon see the pick and bans, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's great. Will be important. So we're waiting for Adamas and Juvis, right? Yeah, Juvis is here. Adamas was here.
Absolutely right. The pick and ban is complete, so I will bring that up on screen now.
Now makes me. Oh, could you send it to me? That would be great.
Yeah, sure. I'll send you the link.
Since I feel kind of excluded, just because you won doesn't mean you get all your.
I can't just bully, right?
Yeah.
Right, there's the link to the pick and bans. Okay.
Oh, that's great. So we can see Greed being like banned out again, which is kind of interesting because assuming that both teams already like hovered reroll wall. I think it's
Yes,
reroll, right?
I think Greed is a pretty solid ban because, I mean, Greed is what everybody plays on the ladder, right? So everyone is really comfortable with how Greed works. They know all of, they know exactly how far they can push it. They know how to get those 5 worker starts, some of which are only possible with Greed. And I think it's just a pretty solid all-around choice to ban. Redraw, it's kind of interesting to me that everybody has left in Redraw instead of Greed, because Redraw is arguably stronger in tournament play because you can just guarantee yourself a very, very strong roll. Like,
I agree, but I think it's more of the players wanting to force their opponents a bit out of their own comfort zone because,
yeah,
as you said, everyone's playing Greed. In my opinion, due to like people in high elo not wanting to like, they want to be challenged additionally. So yeah.
yeah, for sure, for sure. And what is interesting is, to me at least, is that Adams and Chuvis, they've picked Divine. So they will have the Sovereign, the Avenger, they will have the Steed, they'll have Elite Archer and things like that. So if they want to go for that kind of meme build, and especially because they still have that reroll option, so by guaranteeing themselves Sovereign, let's say there's Vampire or something like that in the game as well for a Legion spell, I think picking the Divine Legion and then maybe re-rolling and hoping that you get a Butcher or a Graal so that you can have the Ocean Templar or something like that, I think that's actually a pretty good choice. What do you think about Divine?
I think honestly with Sovereign it has like a high cap for now and it can like always compete if you get it up and running, especially with Vampire reroll. But on the other hand, your start is kind of very weak, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that Dance and Saya might even opt for snailing sometime in case they expect the fire and the lead archer opening. I don't really know what you would otherwise start as a divine. Not so sure.
I think you'd probably start with an Oathbreaker.
Yeah, but I mean that can leak as well, honestly.
Yeah,
But
I mean,
that would be bad. But
probably
I mean,
your two best options would be an Oathbreaker into a Buckler on wave 2, or you do the Elite Archer opener. But then we know that Elite Archer, even with its 145 gold, it can leak really hard versus a Snail on 1.
yeah, that happened to me yesterday. It's like a 80% leak. So
Yeah, it's really bad.
Never coming back from it. Like
You can't because you spent 145 gold on a unit. You can't afford to leak wave 1 then.
I mean, honestly, I think we'll see Oathbreaker. Might even be into something like a Steed, I think. Because if you put the Steed in the split, it should technically survive wave 2, kill wave 3. So I think that we're looking at Oathbreaker opening with either Buckler or Steed, depending on when you expect to send.
Yeah, but
it's not a high push start, honestly. So you're really going for that late game with the Sovereign anyways.
Yeah, absolutely, dude, absolutely. And meanwhile, by the way, we are about to get into the game. So let me swap over the scene. And guys, in the chat, I hope you are ready because here we have the first semi-final. We have #1, that's King Dans and Saya Jin, versus the upgraded Bananas, Chuvis and Adams. Let's go. And
Okay,
crazy,
so
we see for the 3 Legion spells here, we've got Dark Ritual, we've got Overwork, and we've got All Out Assault. How do you feel about those spells, and what kind of game do you expect to see when those are on the table?
I honestly expect to see Dark Ritual pick being pretty much everywhere, especially at King Dance and Saiyajin's side. I think they'll just sacrifice early game King HP for like an insane amount of push and scale into late game because that's what they've been playing for lately. And if you lose like 50% of your King HP and just push and like run away with the game, The Dark Ritual doesn't hurt you as much, but it could be countered by either Overwork or All Out Assault. But I think we're technically most likely looking at an All Out Assault rather than Overwork.
Yeah. We see King Dan's going for a Zeus opener. He does not have the boar in his role, though. Jin, he
does at least
has
have Disciple, so he has something wrong with it.
He's got a pretty solid role, but I think he probably lacks tanks because his only tank is a buckler, really, and that's all he's got. He's got a little bit of a glass cannon build there with the Zeus, the Nightmare, Disciple. I mean, Doomsday, okay, has some HP, but it's still certainly more geared towards damage than it is HP.
But he still has a reroll, and rerolling into a tank is not that unlikely, to be fair.
Yeah. Jin, meanwhile, he's going for a Priestess opener. He looks like he's got a really good role, actually. He has the Graal as well, he has the Steed, so he can go for a very early Azaria. And the Azaria plus Steed to pump it full of mana is an absolute nuts late game unit.
And we can see Juvis starting Cat, which is okay. We can see Adamas starting Nightmare without an additional aura for now, but it's also a solid opener.
Yeah.
So I think we're looking at solid openers, but like there's no runaway opener at the moment. I mean, the highest potential probably might even be the Priestess for now.
Yep. And I think what we have here is Dan's is playing YOLO, and Saiyajin, Juvis, and Adams are all playing Redraw.
And it's worth pointing out that Dance did something very smart. Instead of pushing a worker, he opted for building a Pack Rat.
Yep.
And now even a second one.
And he's hunting both of them here. So he stayed 2 workers, which is obviously very, very low workers. But these rats, when the waves are fast, the rats actually give you more Mythium than workers ever could.
Actually, way more.
Yeah.
But if Adams re-snails here, that's going to be huge. And he doesn't. That's kind of a pity, because with the snail, the Zeus, I think it leaks. Or does it? No, it doesn't. It just leaks to the wizard, so it's fine. And we can see like King will be able to send massively. If he starts to push here, which he does, he might even be able to get out 60, 80 on 3, even though the waves were really fast.
Yeah, I don't think he can get 80 on 3, but he's going to have 30 plus obviously the 20 here from the rats, so that's 50. He could probably send a brute by the end of wave 3, but I expect him to either income or just go for a wave 4 send, honestly. And yeah, he goes for the income, which I think is a fine play. He's hunting 1. He can't afford to do 2, though, I don't think. Even though the send is only going to be 1 snail coming from Adams.
And he's not pushing. Like, he's not pushing the 4th worker. So he won't be able to send an additional 40, but rather just he could add a snail, but I don't think he will. So yeah, King's, like, starting off objectively on workers rather slowly.
Yep.
And we can see just baby sends all over. Like, there's no one's receiving a big send on 3. Like, there's no brute 3.
Everyone's just taking their income here, which I think is completely fine as well, to just make sure you can get your late game scaling under wraps and just stop yourself from falling behind. I think it's completely fine. I don't think anyone is making any mistakes yet at this point. I think it's pretty solid. It looks like Saiyajin is saving. I expect he probably wants to go for a 5 send against Adams, but guess what? Adams, I think with the role he has there, I think he can just afford to shift his gold here and get the Orchid on wave 5, which is insane.
I mean, he could, but I mean, he could also just add a Mudman and a Seraphim or so for next wave. No, he's putting down another Infiltrator, but not selling it.
I think he's going for the shift. I'm pretty sure he wants to shift here.
Into the Orchid. Kind of interesting if you already have the Nightmare, but I mean, it's a huge push. And we can see everyone now being 5 to 6 workers.
And this is going to pay off for him here, but if Saiyajin, he does have the Mythium. If he decided to go for a Dino here, I think Adams would have been in a lot of trouble. Trouble.
I agree. Like, big times.
So a risky shift there from Adams, but it definitely pays off because he will get the Orchid now, and that will mean that he's pretty safe on wave 5 and 6.
I mean, we'll see what happens, but for now, Saiyajin is by far the highest. He's the highest pushed worker regarding his player regarding his worker count. And that's what I've said with the Priestess. If he holds like his next send, he'll probably be 1 to 2 workers up ahead on everyone. Plus the income he actually did skip because he sent imps.
Yeah. I'm not sure about the imps from Saiyajin, because surely you can look at what Adams has on the table. You can see he hasn't built anything after wave 3. So you know that he's going to have the Orchid, right?
Yeah, and he's boosting it. He sold off the Polywalk to boost the Orchid, so I actually do not quite agree with... but it's a solo tanky Nightmare. I think actually the Orchid might be not strong enough to sustain the Imps.
It looks like, because the 3 shots to kill the wave actually hurts it quite a lot. It's nice when you have an Orchid if you have like one other small source of damage, just so that you can 2-shot, and you're right, there's a leak, 46%. And Adam's actually had to commit quite hard for that, because he even sold one of his polys in the split and spent it on boosting the Orchid. So this is quite a bit of gold loss for Adams here, not just from the leak itself, but also from the sale of the poly and from the boost onto the Orchid. So this is some decent economic damage.
Yeah, but was it really worth it? I mean, Juvis and Adamas are like on 120 Mythium each, and Sayajin, who pushed up early, did not get the full income for it. So it really depends whether the counter punch that Juvis and Adamas pack will work out, because if it does, this was not worth it. If it doesn't, like if King Dance and Sayajin hold it, it might very well be worth it. We can see no sense coming in.
Adams is pretty low workers, but of course he's still using those rats. But I think Adams is putting enough pressure on top of King Dance that he can't use those rats to their full potential. So look at this. King Dance, is he forced to keep his rats above ground? Okay, no, he hunts 1. So he's not too scared.
I mean, after all, he's got an upgraded Buckler and a Zeus, so...
But Adams, he still hasn't sent yet, and I think King Dams is very vulnerable on both 7 and 8. So it really comes down to when Adams wants to send. But imagine Adams sends something like a Ghost Knight on wave 8. King Dams would just be completely dead then.
I mean, but I think they're going for 7, yeah, as you can see. And King Dance shifted into...
he's going to have his Millennium. He's going to have his Millennium. So if Adams does send here on wave 7, I think King Dance has a pretty decent chance to hold then.
You mean Adams, yeah. That's true. But I mean, do you think we can see Sayajin going for the Azaria? Like, he could sell off his Growl and go for the Eye. There it is.
He has it, he has it.
Azaria,
but Chubis is sending him a Mimic, though. And Mimic is pretty damn good at killing Azaria. So we'll have to see what happens here.
And there's no real tank line. Like, the only unit even remotely tanking anything is a Consort. Steed might share some aggro, but you would prefer to for it to give mana to the Azaria. So actually, we might be looking at something very bad happening in Sayajin's lane here.
Yeah. I think Sayajin might be in quite a lot of trouble. The Mimic does go left, though, so that's something. And if it gets the Death Rattles, which it does, it might end up getting focused. But I think this is just going to be a massive leak. Just watch this Mimic absolutely chewing through the Azaria here. And the Azaria just can't kill the wave close to fast enough.
I mean, it's regenerated for now.
Yeah,
so...
it's going to get through one more spell, but now it's focusing the Mimic, so it won't kill anything else.
Oh wow, that's
look at that 88% leak there, Sayajin. Oh no! And meanwhile, King Dance, he's not holding either, despite he did get that Millennium out, but it's not quite enough. There's a 36% leak there as well. There's going to be 2 Brutes, a Mimic, and a few Wave Creeps reaching the King. This is going to be some pretty big King damage, dude.
Yeah, that's what I meant on wave 5 with his imps. I think that honestly came back to haunt them. Like, it was an okay league, but it wasn't too big, and they invested rather heavily with skipping income and sending an on-income send and things like that. Actually, he didn't skip income, but he skipped on income. So, but we can see King Dance like being the highest income player in the game.
Yeah.
Not due to his worker count, but rather due to his treasure hunt.
His underground workers, yeah, the rats doing the legwork.
Yeah, King Dance is playing for the secret card that you only get with your treasure hunt.
Yeah. But these guys, their King down to 61% now, so that chip damage is all going to add up. You know, they can't really afford another big mistake because it might just end the game for them. Like, and they have gone for some income sends here, and this will just be a free push now for Chubis and Adams.
Yeah, but your view is not right here. They actually prepared for Dark Ritual to sacrifice less HP with the Dark Ritual.
They're going for the Dark Ritual value, dude. I love it. I love it.
Yeah, it's
that's the real big brain play.
But honestly, what are we looking at? A big showdown on 11?
I think an 11 send is looking very dangerous against Chubis and Adams. On the other side, Sayajin, I think he's pretty solid on 11 because Azaria is very strong there. And King Dams at least has good tanks with the bucklers. But here's a pro leak now from Adams, 34%. while they continue to save, I wouldn't be surprised to see them going for either a wave 9 or 10 send against King Dans and Saiyajin. I mean, let's say that Adams could afford a Ghost Knight against King Dans. I think that's just really, really devastating against him. Even though the Zeus has spell damage, obviously, the rest of King Dan's damage is all impact. Like, all of it. Literally 100% impact damage.
And what I can remind you of, that King Dance initially rolled the Sapo, but re-rolled it into an APS.
Yeah.
So even though it's for sure the better aura with the Zeus, it might actually be less valuable against something like a Ghost Knight. You're totally right.
Mm-hmm.
And we can see Adames hardening here, so they do expect the send that's coming in, but that's like not really a send, it's just the income. And King Ups from the side of Saiyajin and King Dance.
Yeah.
And I think actually, I think against this area they will send here.
This is such a stark game though. Look at the workers, 7 and 8 on Dans and Saya, 11 and 10 on Chuvis and Adam. This is a very, very slow worker game, it feels like. But Saiyajin, he did drop the Avenger now on wave 9, which at least gives him something that's very good on wave 10.
We can see the actual very low value on Adames, and he hardened here to hold.
Yeah,
I mean,
even with the harden, he's nearly leaking.
Yeah, almost. But
Or maybe he is leaking. I don't think the Steed can solo this.
No, it's no way. It could solo 2 lizards, but it can't solo a Carapace. But it doesn't matter. Like, honestly, they like it. Adames and Juvis, they're cheering for the
Here comes their
lizards to win.
send. Chuvis with the 4 eyes there against Saiyajin, so obviously he's sending that to try and chomp through the Avenger, and I do think that's a good send then.
Yeah, not just the Avenger, also against this area. It's like a very good send. Because the Asari won't deal too much damage. I mean, it's some from its ability, but not too much, because it's magic against the arcane armor of the boss.
Yeah. And there's
I'm
that Ghost Knight
curious.
coming out from Adam's as well, by the way. I really like the Ghost Knight against what King Dance has. I know Zeus has the spell damage, which does obviously full damage against the Ghost Knight, but the passive ability is going to just tank so much against all of King Dance's impact damage. Impact Buckler, Impact Millennium, Impact Pack Rats. Even the Zeus itself, half of the Zeus's damage is that Impact auto attack.
And we can see like the huge sense. It's
Yeah.
240 against Saiyajin, and it's a freaking whopping 300 against
Yeah,
Saiyajin.
that's insane.
Against.
That's insane. And the Ghost Knight does die now in King Dance's lane, but his front line is almost entirely gone already.
But honestly, King Dance looks
He looks pretty solid. But Saiyajin, though, that's not solid. That's a 82% leak there from Saiyajin. And King Dance, is he going to hold? I think he might hold. He does, he holds.
There is a reason why he's the most accomplished tournament player.
Yeah.
He just he took off his head and he pulled out a magic trick there.
I mean, the magic trick was kind of helped by the fact that he has 1,500 value on wave 10. So he's like massively overvalued for the wave. And even then, he can't cover for his mate's leak in the mid. So we are going to see some more King damage now on the side of #1.
I mean, to be fair, King Dance and Saiyajin, they took some of the King upgrades, and I think they're scaling into later.
Yeah.
They might even be scaling better than Juvis and Adamas with APS, Steeds, and a Sovereign, and Boars. So there can always be the angle for them scaling better. But as you can see, Juvis and Adamas, they know it. They know that they brought down the King's HP to 41%, and they are going to take all of the soul. They're going to try to go for the kill on, I think.
I would probably say
it's
wave 12. I'm pretty sure it will be wave 12. But Saiyajin has just revealed the boar, so if he can get to the red eyes there on 12, he might be in an okay position, but I do agree that all of the rest of his units are very, very weak on wave 12.
I honestly don't think Saiyajin will ever be okay again, because there's, or at least not for a long time, because there's so much value in this area. Like,
Yeah.
it's insane. It's insanely pricey, you know. And against 12, it's probably not really worth it.
And the Sovereign's really weak on wave 12 as well.
And you can really afford to split something onto the Azeri. You just physically can't do it with Force. So
Yeah.
But I think
here
that
come
the
the
Dark
Suns.
Ritual call.
Here
But
they
I
come.
think the Dark Ritual call was totally right.
Oh,
Like,
for
they
sure,
need
for sure,
to-
for sure.
They need to survive 12.
Yeah. But they cannot afford even a small leak now because their king is at 27% HP. So they pretty much need to both full hold, or at least only one of them can afford to leak. If they both leak and it's like more than a tiny pro leak, they're just going to die here on 12.
And we can see King upgrading the APS to an MPS and adding an additional one and a Zeus. So he's content with this front end. The Royal Guards will guard his DPS and
yeah, but all of his
thought process.
His APS, MPS are the only Pierce units he has on the board, and this is a swift wave. So he just has very, very poor damage types against this wave, and there's a pretty big send he's got to deal with. Look, 320 Mythium here, 360 Mythium here. I don't know, dudes. I think this is spelling trouble here for these guys on wave 12 here. And just look at this, King Dance, his front line is being absolutely chewed through there by the wave. Now his APS, MPS die, and that is all of his Pierce damage, so that will be a leak there from Dance, right? I'm pretty sure, even with the 3 Zeus alive.
No, I think they're alive. Saiyajin will be able to cover.
Saiyajin?
With him sniping the Sens?
I think Saiyajin leaks, he does leak, that's 42%. But Dan's though, he's actually doing way better than I expected, look at this. I say way better, he's full holding, dude.
Oh my god.
They do survive here. They do manage to survive here by the skin of their teeth.
If Saiyajin would have recast that, he might have even be able to hold himself, but this way he's just King holding. And it was really nice. If you look at his positioning, the APS tanked 2 creeps of the wave. Like, that's insane. That's some DPS gone away from the front line onto the MPS, which doesn't care about it, which tanks it happily. So that's... King's positioning is just on point there.
Yeah. And meanwhile, King Dans and Saiyajin, they did not cave into the fear on wave 12. They saved their Mythium, and now I've got to say they're in the driving seat, because look at this. 330 Mythium, 330 Mythium, and they haven't even sent here on 13, so I assume they probably want to go for either a wave 14 or 15 send against Chuvis and Adams, but when that counterattack comes, it's going to be enormous, dude.
Yeah, and they didn't cripple their economy as much with the all on Assault, and they're ahead on workers since they just received a send, so
yeah,
this could be like a huge wave 14 showdown, and I think we might actually be able to look at that.
I expect to see Chuvis and Adams go either for a full send here and try to race them on 14, or just go for Incoming King and try to survive. But I really do not expect Chuvis and Adams to save their Mythium now. So here comes the send from Saiyajin. There's Kraken from King Dan, so insane arcane tank. There's 4 Eyes from Saiyajin, fantastic ramping damage, very good against things like Doppelganger and Hardened Golems. And only a mole. Adams can only afford to send a mole.
But honestly, you said racing them, but I think that King Dance will just obliterate the wave. He's got an APS, MPS Doomsday machine, and it's gonna start dishing out damage left and right and center.
Absolutely, the Doomsday is insane here, and the Mole is going to do absolutely nothing to slow that down. It does at least do a lot of damage reduction against the Zeuses there, but I think King Dan's, with his value, with that Doomsday, he should be able to hold here. Saiyajin, he's undervalued, but the Boars are fantastic tanks here, so I can't really call that either way. But these sends coming out against Chuvis and Adams are enormous. There's 480 here, there's 440 here, and they have no King upgrades at all. So if there's a half-decent leak here, they might just die from 92% to 0.
And as you can see, that King Dance added Lizards just to delay the Deep Coiler.
Yeah.
To reduce the DPS it deals on the wave. And as you can see, like, the entire frontline is shredded at the moment.
Yeah.
But the Deep Coiler arrives on the wave. And I think
so there are both leaks. 81% on Adams, 75% on Chuvis, and again, no King upgrades. King Dan's did hold, Saiyajin leaks 65%. Dan's, I think, can cover some of that in the mid, if not all of it. And let's see, this 16 creeps here, it spells danger, dude. They have no upgrades.
We can see 14 slugs charming away at the King on the floor. Of course, is that 13 slugs left.
They're not going to make it here. This is it.
They're dead.
They needed King upgrades. GG. Hashtag one take this one, and to be fair, I think the upgraded bananas felt like they were ahead for most of the game, but after that insane hold on wave 12 from King Dan's, it just put them right back into the driving seat.
Yeah, I agree. Like, King Dan's hold on 12 was the breaking point of the game, and it's insane. Also, it's if you look at the value, I mean, he's very well on value. He's above value, but his units are not too great, and
yeah, it's
kind of like, if you position it differently, you probably die there. If you are, I don't know, hit bad RNG, you probably die there. If you do, like, literally, if not all stars align, you probably die there. If you're not King Dance, you die there, and you lose the game. But for that moment, do we know the options they picked?
I think King Dan's was on YOLO this game, and Saijin was on redraw.
I really think so. I think King Dan's actually a redraw.
No, King Dan's was definitely YOLO for sure.
Wow, I'd take that YOLO roll. Not gonna lie.
Yeah, that was a pretty sick YOLO roll. I think all three of the other players all took redraw. So now Dans and Saijin, they can't play the same options that they've just won with. They can just swap over though. So King Dans could play redraw, Saijin could play YOLO if that's what they decide to do.
And I think they will. I honestly don't see them.
But let's just take a quick look through these waves here, because I do feel like it was a very back and forth game. There was the leak on a Dans there, wave 5, even though he did the big brain shift into Orchid there, which I thought would be enough for him to hold. He still leaked 46%, so that's some pretty decent chip damage there from Saijin against Adam's economy. Then we saw the massive leak on wave 7 with the Mimic just destroying Saijin's area. 88% leak there, and that was pretty much the first significant king damage, taking #1 down to 61%. Then there were a few more very small leaks on Adams into that massive leak on wave 10, with Saijin receiving 300 Mythium wave 10 there. But King Dans, again, pulling out a really clutch hold wave 10, holding the Ghost Knight's end, and managing to cover a little bit of damage in the mid. Still, their king went down even lower, down to 40%, so getting closer and closer to victory for the upgraded bananas. And again, Dans with the super clutch hold on 12, then able to cover his teammates' leak in the mid, and keeping them back in the game, because this was so close to ending the game here. King down to 19% HP. And from that, they were able to springboard and take the game with a massive leak on wave 14. 75% against Tuvis there, and 81% against the Dams. And I have to say, by the way, if a Dams had just decided to go for income and king upgrades on wave 14, they would have survived. Like, guaranteed they would have survived. If they had a few king spell upgrades, they're still in this game.
But to be fair, even if they survive there, I think that King Dans is too big and he will just like snowball the game indefinitely.
Yeah.
So I think at this point it was either you kill them or you don't, but probably don't. And to be fair, like, mind you, let me remind you of what I said earlier. I think they will sacrifice their early game a bit for the late game scaling and go for the full Dark Ritual value, and that's exactly what happened. And that's like recently the playstyle of King Dans and Saiyajin, that one of them goes crazy in the early game, even if it's at cost of some King HP, and then just uses their advantage, which actually King gathered, to win it late. And I think his role was kind of sick to enable him for enable that playstyle for him, but he played it very well, and I think we're in for a treat with a second game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we have a pretty pog semi-final to come after this one as well, because we will have Ist mir eigentlich egal against Dream Team. And I had some pronunciation lessons from Mr. Buzz. He sent me a little recording of how to pronounce Ist mir eigentlich egal. How's that? How's my German?
It's funny because it's the classical English German.
So pretty bad then, yeah?
No. It's the classical, because you said what?
Ist mir eigentlich egal.
Yeah. It's the Ist, because it's pronounced Ist.
Okay, Ist.
Soft. Yeah, Ist mir.
Ist mir eigentlich egal.
Yes, and it's eigentlich.
Lich.
Eigentlich egal.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's their name basically means I don't really care.
Yeah, I guess it translates as like it's all the same to me, right?
No, it's I don't care. I don't really care, honestly.
Nice.
That's what it translates. So I don't really care.
I'm pretty sure they chose that name just to try and trip up the casters.
No. I mean, yes. I mean, it would have been funny to have you and Shadowcast pronounce the name. So I hope they do make it to finals, just so that you have to call them. But like, don't worry, we'll meet up after the cast. I'll teach you. You'll pronounce it in perfect German.
Perfect.
So we're waiting for Saiyajin.
We're waiting for Saiyajin.
Yeah, he's probably busy lurking in some some Legion TD streamers chat like he always does. No, honestly, I think Sergeant was up with me yesterday for like 6 a.m., 5 a.m. So he got in those reps. He prepared solo queue. Yeah.
So he's been grinding the games overnight, has he? Getting some practice in.
Yeah, I mean, he even played with King for I think 6 hours straight before. So they were playing duo queue left, right, and center, winning 2 elo, losing 30, still having a good time and
Yeah.
prepping because elo doesn't match if you prep for a tournament.
Now we have all 4 players in the room now, so as soon as they are ready, we'll be able to hop into the next game.
I mean, we'll see. What do you think? Starting against Pac-Man, yeah, King is memeing. What do you think? Will Adamus and Jewis change up the strategy, or do you think they'll pick the same legions again, or say same options? Let's say it like that.
Well, they have Divine available as well, so honestly, I think if there's something like Vampire on the table, they might just go Divine and go for that Sovereign meme.
Honestly, I don't really care whether it's Vampire game. I just want to see someone play the entire Divine Legion to a competitive extent.
Yeah. Yeah, I'd love to see a Legion played in tournament level, because so far, obviously, all the tournaments have been Mastermind, so it's pretty nice to see things mixed up a little bit here with Shadow's format, which is a really interesting one. But
At least
everyone picking redraw, so we actually have 4 players on redraw here, is that right? But Saiyajin...
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, Saiyajin did lock-in last game. Saiyajin took lock-in last game, so he can pick redraw here.
So he locked in the boards.
Yeah, he locked in the boards.
Interesting. To be fair, not all tournaments were always Mastermind, but like for the last years they were.
The recent ones, yeah.
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 And I think it's not so much about playing a Legion in a tournament setting. I want to just see how well the Divine Legion, now that it has finally fulfilled its dream and has been completed, will fare.
Yeah.
Honestly.
And here we have the roles in place. We have King Dan's, I'm going to say, a pretty solid role there. There is no Vampire on offer, though. We have Villain, Investment, and Sorcerer. So I think this is going to look at a very different kind of game than we've had in the past couple, because there is no big aggressive spell like we've seen in the recent games. There is only 2 buff spells and 1 economy spell. So I think this game will either be decided very early, as in decided within the first 10 waves, or we're going to end up seeing the game go quite long, because there isn't that mid-game, end-the-game power spike that you get with something like All-Out Assault, Press the Attack, etc.
And I think that the setup from 2 players playing Bone Crusher for slow clears and strong early game, and a Windhog perfectly reflects what you just said. So we're looking at this early game scaling. We're looking at someone building up a lead and running away with it and scaling, because there's not that much room of a straight path to victory with a comeback, all of the sold or things like that. So we're looking at something like probably someone scaling off and just popping off and never leaking again after 10 or so.
So we have 5 workers on everybody here at the start of Wave 2. Neither of the Bone Crusher players deciding to be super greedy and go for the 6 worker start, which is possible, but they've decided against it this time around.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, it's rather to be expected. It's a tournament setting after all. I mean, and there's not too much of a reward to it if you see the builds of the other guys. And it's kind of interesting that King Dan's...
By the way, King Dan's and Adam's have almost exact mirror builds of each other, with Adam's just placing 1 more Bone Warrior. But other than that, they've pretty much got exactly the same build.
But that's a point I want to make, that many players don't realize. Often the 20 gold, 15 gold, 10 gold that you spend on a tier 1, which you don't need, which is the second one in your split, might be better off just holding in your hand. Because if you clear 1 unit of the wave more, it's not even technically worth it. I mean, it depends on the wave, of course. But so generally, the best example is King Dance. He will always just not place the last tier 1 or things like that. He will always just the tiny bit of what other players would have not wouldn't have the balls to do, he does. And it's especially something that newer players, like, they panic, they see that they might be getting a cent, they'll just add 5 tier 1s and it probably won't net them anything, whereas shifting the 30 gold and building something better next wave might have been beneficial for them.
Yeah, and these are some pretty big sends. King Dans and Chuvis both sending 80 here. But King Dans with his Green Devil is just an insane unit on wave 3, so I think he should be completely fine against the 80 send. Meanwhile, over in the Dam's lane, he didn't reach the Green Devil, so I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. This might end up being a massive leak for a Dam's, because now this Bone Crusher, it'll kill one more Hopper, then it's going to go on the Fiend. He won't kill anything else. Cyajin leaks 41%, but this is nothing compared to a Dam's who leaks 76% here on wave 3. 76%, dude, that is really punishing. And because King Dans was able to hold with his Green Devil, he can push 7 workers off of that. And fully cover his mate in the mid.
Personally, love to see it because that's the dream. I, as a caster, made a call and talked over a topic, and King Dance just magically listened to our audio feed and decided he would pick the perfect example of why as to why you should do it like that. And as you can see, like they received similar sense, and they had almost an identical setup, but with King Dance just placing down 1 tier 1. He was able to build the Green Devil here. He's off with the Work Elite now.
And he did have to sell his 1 Bone Warrior for it. But Adams, because he did the 2 Bone Warriors on wave 2, he had no option to take the Green Devil on wave 3. And we saw there how punishing that was for him, because he received the exact same send as King Dans. They both got an 80 send. It was both a Fiend and a Snail. And King Dans fully held, while Adams leaked 76%. So just that very, very minor difference in shot calling gave a massive early game advantage over for the side of King Dans and Cyajin. And it really is those tiny little edges, the minute decisions that make a massive difference in Legion at the very top level. Like, games are won and lost on those kind of tiny decisions.
Yeah, and the thing is that King is actually running away with it a bit.
Yeah.
And they're forcing a leak here, and
both players are leaking. There's 67 on Chubis, there's 58 on Adams. These guys are going to take some serious damage, and it's only wave 4.
And they're not even ahead on workers. Like, King Dance and Cyajin, they're matching the worker count. And that's the thing. If King would have leaked last wave, they would have taken King damage, because Cyajin also leaked. But since he held, and since he cleared for his mate, it took forever. They could reset, and they could reset big. And it's a 55% King HP.
But they're getting so much gold from this as well on King Dans and Cyajin. And Adam's now forced to send for income, but that's not going to do any damage against Cyajin, who has 2 Zeuses here. It's just going to be an easy hold for him. Chuvis, he does continue to save. But I think King Dans can just afford a Harbinger on wave 6, and then he's going to be amazing there.
And he's shifting it. He knows the Bone Crusher and the Green Devil are both fairly good on 5. Especially since the armor type of the Bone Crusher just allows it to perfectly regenerate off of the wave. And he's got the balls. He shifts a little bit of gold. If he resets, he'll get the Harbinger, and that's like a sick unit on 6.
Oh, absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Alright, so we have 120 send there against Cyajin, but that is just pure feed, because with the double Zeus dishing out the insane magic damage, wave 5 is just an easy clear for him.
Yeah, for the players not knowing that well, wave 5 with the boss spawning in front, so much of its DPS is in the boss, and 2 Zeus whittling away at the boss, it's gone in seconds.
Yeah. The Zeus's single target magic just eliminates that wave 5 boss, like you say. It makes it a very, easy wave to overcome.
And as we predicted, King's Harbinger is there. It honestly looks dire. Juvis is not even sending here. He saw what's happening and what would happen, and he's sending a Lizard just to afford the Violet. And he's continuing his save. I think actually he might go for an 8 here.
I think if I'm on the side of Adams and Chuvis, I think he's going to try something like a Ghost Knight on 8, which currently looks very promising against King Dans. But what can we see in King Dan's role, which is amazing against a Ghost Knight?
I honestly do think you want to place the Halo there.
Yes, absolutely. So the Radiant Halo is the perfect unit for killing Ghost Knights because one, it does ability damage and is pure, so it can just shred through the Ghost Knight's passive ability and kill that in absolutely no time at all. So King Dan's, if he manages to get that Halo online for Wave 8, and if Chuvis does go for the Ghost Knight's end there, I think that pretty much just seals the game because King Dan's will hold against the Ghost Knight and Chuvis will have starved himself for so long and not have achieved anything. But let's see. Meanwhile though, Adams, he leaks pretty badly here against the imps from King Dan's on Wave 6.
Yeah.
And that
Let's
is
just
gold.
move gold into King's pockets. Like King is pushing, or he pushed early, and he has not been receiving send for quite a long time. But those workers that he pushed, like preemptively, they do generate lithium and they do generate income. And him leaking his enemy always also just generates him some gold.
Yeah.
I honestly think that's actually sick for him. And he chooses not to go for the Halo, but rather to upgrade his cat, which is also fair enough of a deal, but it makes him kind of vulnerable. Actually he could place the Halo for next wave, but then he probably
is he
won't
even
have a bunker.
shifting gold here? I think he's shifting gold here, dude.
Yeah,
He's got absolute balls of steel because Chuvis has 200 Mythium already.
Yeah, but that means he's going for a bunk, and I don't think that a bunk is that good against the Ghost Knight there.
No, I think a Halo is much better against a Ghost Knight, but that's only if Chuvis sends exactly Ghost Knight.
Yeah, but on the other hand, like if he goes Halo, if he would have gone Halo, he would have also been able to upgrade his cat fully. But since there's an ogre coming in there, honestly, the bunk probably is the right call.
Yeah. And the Ogre's a very different send there, but it looks like Chuvis wouldn't quite have been able to afford the Ghost Knight because look, he has 32 Mythium here and the wave is a little bit too quick. So yeah, he would have missed the Ghost Knight by exactly 3 Mythium. So he goes for the Ogre, he goes for the Snails, which is okay, but King Dan's, he gets the bunk out here, he has 1120 value for Wave 8, so his value is absolutely insane. Like, he's already comfortably ahead of the value that you would need to hold Wave 9, never mind Wave 8. I mean, the send is dangerous, but what do you think? I kind of expect him to just fully hold here because his value is insane.
Yeah, his value is insane, and summoning units are actually rather good on ranged waves, because ranged waves focus the lowest HP unit and they just tend to overkill the spawns.
And the Harbinger does really good damage against the Ogre as well because it's all impact, so look how fast that Ogre dies.
Yeah, that's...
It's just an easy hold for Dams because his Harbinger still full HP, he still has the Nekomata full HP, it's not even close, dude. And this is what I mean, like, I think it's just game over at this point because King Dan's is now just so far ahead and Chuvis continues to leak against income sends.
Yeah, honestly, like, King Dance is like sitting there not paying attention to the game, pressing his U button to push workers and being busy there writing a letter. Thank you, Mr. Juvis, for the bonus income which you just sent me. And I think it's looking dire because King Dance is giga fed and Sayajin is sending into a leaking Juvis who starved himself to death.
And their king just losing even more HP now, so the chip damage really starting to add up against the upgraded bananas, all the way down at 37% HP it looks like we finish at there. But just look at the economic situation. Sayajin, King Dan's power score way on top there. Both players on fire, 25 gold shutdowns on each. It's wave 9. I just don't know how Adams and Chuvis can come back from this. What do you think? Like, what is their path to victory in this game?
And I think that's the problem. That's what I pointed out earlier. I think they have none. Since the Legion spells, they are nice. Don't get me wrong, they're nice spells for some units, but there is not that one spell that can like make you go for a crazy idea and just let you hold or let you win or something like that. But rather, they're just spells that do enhance your already existing build. And I think that's a big problem for Adamas and Juvis, considering how far they are behind. Like King Dance, he's matching their income. He's a worker up. He's 100. He's at their Mythium as well. So and Sayajin as well. So Sayajin is one worker up and some Mythium down, but he got the income for it. So honestly, if the game doesn't end here, which it totally could, because Juvis is not too great here, and if King also decides to send, we're probably looking at an 11 or 12 showdown.
Yeah, for sure.
And by showdown, I mean...
But there's sends
the
all around on
fulfillment of
Wave
the
10.
death sentence.
There are sends all around on Wave 10. And I honestly think that Chuvis might just be dead here. Because he has this Leviathan Tempest Circle, which is really good damage on Wave 10. Like, it is really good damage. But he has no tanks to keep them alive. And on top of that, the Mole from Saiyajin just reduces all of this, like, rapid single target machine gun damage from the Tempest. It's really high value against that build. I think Chuvis is just going to leak really, really heavy here on Wave 10. It might just be enough to end the game, honestly. It all comes down to whether Adams can hold.
Chuvis's build, he's not even that... he's so far down on value, and the Mole tanking, like, the abilities from the Tempest and the Leviathan, it's also, like, pretty bad.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets cleared, but that's half HP boss, and I think we're looking at a game here.
I think this might be. I think this boss, like you say, is pretty much 50% HP on Chuvis. He just didn't have enough tank line whatsoever to get anywhere near killing that. And Adams, he's not holding either. This is it. This is game.
And wow, that was a quick stomp. Like,
Yeah.
that clutch hold on 3 by King Dance, it was insane, and it probably, like, it didn't win them the game instantly, of course it didn't, but it laid a very well versed path to victory.
Yeah, I mean, we did say when we saw the Legion spell that this was either going to be decided before Wave 10 or it would go late game. Well, here's the answer. It's decided on Wave 10. There's GG, #1. They take a decisive 2-0 in the first semi-final of the Shadow Cup. So congratulations to them. We have our first finalist. It is #1.
And honestly, I appreciate Saiyajin memeing there at the end, calling them downgraded bananas.
Yeah.
But I mean, they might not have downgraded, but for now they're, of course, snacked or destroyed bananas.
Yeah. And
Yeah, and it's...
that Wave 3 was just honestly a massive, massive turning point, because we saw King Dan's going into Wave 2 with only the Crusher Gargoyle single Bone Warrior, where Adams felt pressured into building 2 Bone Warriors, right? And that seems like such a small decision that you add 1 more 15 gold unit, but look at the difference it made, because on Wave 3, Dan's was able to sell his 1 Bone Warrior to afford the Green Devil, whereas Adams could not do that. He didn't have the option because he'd already placed double Bone Warrior on Wave 2. And despite both players receiving an identical send, King Dan's full holds while Adams leaks 76%. And honestly, this really is just the beginning of the end there for the upgraded banana side, because the big leak on Wave 3 means Adams has that much less value, so he also then leaks on Wave 4, as does Chuvis, and their king is already 50% HP, and it's just Wave 4. Like, that is already a massive mountain for them to try and climb back up to come back into the game.
It's kind of impressive, and I think, as we predicted, this game would be decided rather early, and King Dance's hold on 3 and covering his mate there, it made a huge difference.
Yeah. And then Adams continuing to leak on Wave 6 with the Imps just shredding through the Alpha Male's natural armour. Chuvis leaking versus an income send on 8. And they just... their economy was just being completely destroyed here by King Dan's and Saiyajin, because every time they're able to leak them, especially with income units, while having the worker advantage, while having the value advantage, it just shifts the favour of the game further and further over onto the side of King Dan's and Saiyajin. And we just see that by the time Wave 10 comes, Adams and Chuvis, their value is that much lower, their workers are that much lower, they can't afford to send as much Mythium, and they certainly can't afford to hold the sends there from Dan's and Saiyajin. So they have no chance, and they just lose the game here on 10 before the Legion spells even come into effect.
Yeah, and it actually comes down to King Dance like destroying Wave 8 there. That was insane.
Yeah, Dan's hold on Wave 8 was pretty sick. Like, he shifted on Wave 7, which, by the way, we called out as being pretty big balls, because if he had received, say, an Ogre there on Wave 7 from Chuvis, who could have afforded it after income, we might have seen a pretty big leak there on 7. But no, the send came on 8, and Dan's had his bunk there for Wave 8, and it was just an easy hold for him. It wasn't even close.
And that made a big difference. If King leaked big times there might be an avenue back for Juvis
Yeah.
and the Damas to win the game. But since King easily cleared, took the bonus money, and just said goodbye to them. Like that was it.
Yeah, that was pretty solid, dude. Like very, very decisive 2-0 victory there from #1. Let me just update the scoreboard there. But yeah, that was really nicely played, and we can see why King Dans is such a force to be reckoned with when it comes to tournament play. And Saiyajin, by the way, absolutely holding his own here. He's no slouch at all. A really, really solid duo here from Dans and Saya.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, most people would agree that they are favored to win the tournament, or like they are favorites, at least for the tournament being.
It certainly seems that way, dude. Like for sure, right? Especially after just defeating the upgraded bananas, who were probably also like pretty good odds to take the tournament or at least end up in the finals. But they just absolutely demolished them here. Like it felt like a pretty one-sided series, honestly.
Do you want me to make you cry?
Go ahead.
If Juvis would have skipped income on 8 and sent a ghost light and a snail against King's build,
Yeah.
King leaks everything but the snail. He even leaks the ghost light.
Really?
Yeah, just tested it. And that's like insane. That
is insane. That is insane. But we also saw that Chuvas leaks versus income, and that was without skipping income. So if if he doesn't get the 50 gold there from sending the ogre pre-ink, then he's pretty screwed himself on 8. But you're right. Like the difference between a full hold on King Dans and leaking nothing is pretty insane. I'm going to test that actually because I think that's an interesting one to show on the stream. We also have a little bit of time now before the next semi-finals start, so I think we can have some filler content like demonstrating this Ghost Knight's end on wave 8.
Yeah, I ran it like twice because I was very interested, and it seems to be like rather consistent. So he's not even killing the Ghost Knight; he's just killing the snail, and that's insane. Did you already start?
I will be testing it now. So I have the build. I have the Ghost Knight snail send. But there's no cat stacks, right? Did you stack the cat?
He had it stacked for 3, I think.
I think he had
Or
5 stacks because he had 1120
5
value.
stacks.
Yep. It's a 5-stack cat. We have the Ghost Knight, we have the snail, and let's go and see how this works out.
Actually, I think I forgot about the snail, the cat stacks. I'm not too much into loading builds, so probably he will clear like a Ghost Knight.
I think that the 5 cat stacks should make a pretty big difference because that's a lot of pierce damage on the Ghost Knight as well.
For sure. But I don't think it will ensure it.
Well, he has killed the Ghost Knight at least, so that's different from your test. But it should still be a decent leak. Neko is dying now. Now the Cerberus is dying, and the Harbinger won't be able to summon again. So this is a 75% leak. Yeah, 75% leak there on Adams. And he was so close as well on Chuvas. I think it was something like 3 Mythium short of being able to send the Ghost Knight pre-income. It was so close. But you just see the difference there, like sending the right things. Now we know it wasn't a possibility because he couldn't get the Ghost Knight in time for income, and he needed that income because he was in trouble himself on wave 8. But let's just say one wave lasted an extra 2 or 3 seconds. All of a sudden, then Chuvas can afford the Ghost Knight, gets a massive leak on King Dans, and maybe then they have a path back into the game. Maybe. So again, these little tiny decisions or very, very close shaves in Legion just make all the difference, really, especially at the top end of the game where everything is so like efficient, so finely tuned, the builds are so efficient, the worker push is so efficient. Games really are decided on very, very small coin flip decisions, let's say.
Yeah, and I can read in the like chat of the game that of the stream that King actually claims that Adamus could have sold both Bone Warriors in order to
get the Green Devil
himself.
Well, that would have for sure have been worth it then, right? Because presumably Adams then could have held as well.
Yeah, I mean, and then the wave wouldn't have been as long probably, and they might have had a better shot at 4 and not take it. I mean, it's a different game. That's, to be fair, like those small nuances, they do make a difference, and it's as much as we like pick on it and think of better things, like at that moment, you probably don't think of it, and there's always a reasoning to do things in this game and to not do things. So the players playing in this tournament are very good players, and just because one of the decisions is not the ideal decision in hindsight doesn't mean it wasn't a good decision in the moment.
Yeah, for sure, for sure, for sure.
Like, there's a reasoning.
Yeah, absolutely. But guys, I think now would be a pretty good time to do another giveaway. So I can pick up one of those, and it's another chance for someone in the chat to win a free copy of Legion TD2. The keys are courtesy of Flight TV, who's a pretty hype Legion streamer himself. So thank you very much, Flight, for those. And it might also be a pretty good opportunity to shout out for some of the other sponsors behind the Shadow Cup, because for anyone who doesn't know, the Shadow Cup is entirely community funded, and all of the money here, by the way, the prize pool is up to $480 US, which is pretty high. Like, for a completely community driven prize pool, that is a decent chunk of money for players to take away for a weekend of games. So let me give a shout out to all of the sponsors of the Shadow Cup. Notable players include Epibot, Sabayo, Yog Yog, Toyken, Philophobic, Shaolai, SSP, and of course all subscribers to Shadow Wings on Twitch, because all of those subs, all of those donations have gone directly into the prize pool for the Shadow Cup. So thank you very much to all of those generous donators. Thanks again to Flight TV for the keys used in the giveaway, and a big shout out to Auto Attack Games, because on top of all of the money in the prize pool, Auto Attack have decided to donate a $50 Premium Essence prize pool going to the first place winners. So pretty decent chunk of prizes on offer for this weekend's games. What do you think about that, Crazy?
I think that I was not paying too much attention because I was donating myself. No, honestly, I've been treated and I'm happy. And actually, I think we can make the 500 like somewhat full soonish. I think someone will do their diligence, and yeah. No, honestly, I think that it's amazing to see something like a community cup or a community run cup, which Shadow Wings is not affiliated with Audio Tech Games in any ways, pulling in that type players, because that wouldn't be possible in other titles. Because since the community is so tightly knit, they all kind of stick together, and everyone is having fun participating in something like this, even though if it's just like a fun cup for that measure, or like not an official cup. And yeah, big shout outs to Shadow Wings. He'll be casting with you tomorrow, so everyone's in for a treat. And I think that he did a very good job running this, and he put a lot of thought into the entire process of picking and banning and things like that. And it makes for an interesting concept, and it's a great idea. And also shout out to everyone watching and everyone donating, because in the end, if no one would watch it, it would still be great to see those games and cast those games. But it makes a difference whether it's for a feeling as a community, whether people watch or whether they participate or not.
Yep, definitely. Anyway, guys in the chat, I think now is the perfect time to start the giveaway, if nothing else because it gives Crazy and I a chance for a little break. I don't know about you, Crazy, but I'm dying for a cup of tea. So without further ado, let me kick up the second giveaway of the stream. Kasako45 won the first. I assume you've received your key already. But guys, it is time to start the second and final giveaway of this stream. There will be another one tomorrow. But for now, guys, get your giveaway tickets in. Type !giveaway in the chat to enter. You have 10 minutes. Your time starts now.
Penny, are you here? I'll start the game. For everyone, did you already announce the winner? Okay, so for everyone interested, we're playing a 2v2, no rules, again, match against Tharke and Sonfon. Tharke formerly Redundant, and Sonfon, yeah, as you can see, Masters Cap 2 silver prize, so he's also been good in tournaments. And we'll just try to show you some interesting ways to play Legion TD. Just in order to like spend some time. Anything you want to add, Penny? Yeah, 20 past. Yeah, same.
Welcome to Nova.
I'm probably gonna get snailed, honestly. They do know me after all. I would have wanted to start Gate Guard since, yeah, but I'm pretty sure I'm getting snailed. Like 85% sure. Do you want to snail them? Okay, let's go full memes.
20 seconds. Yes, sir.
Okay, yeah. Why does everyone think that, yeah, we played duo like a shit ton, but we never played together in tournaments? Gee, you got snailed and I didn't. We played quite a massive amount of duo here, but never in tournaments.
Oh, I just realised that I announced the winner of the giveaway while muted, so that's pretty interesting.
Who
So,
won?
congratulations to Mr. Buzz, who was the winner of the second giveaway. There will be another giveaway taking place on tomorrow on Shadowwing stream. But yeah, apologies for announcing the winner of the second giveaway while muted. That seems to be a bit of a rookie error.
Good job.
Good job, mate. Yeah.
Oh, so sad. I almost got 20 off again. I'll just re-snail him. I pray.
Yeah, I won't. That seems like suicide against the Nightmare. It's bad enough that I gave him a snail on one.
I mean, is it so much of a difference between a snail and a king up? I freaking knew it. He always does this. He did me dirty, I think. Oh!
Yeah, you're fine, right?
Fine,
You're
dude,
fine,
sure.
dude.
This is fine. Did you want to use this? Yes. And what is it? Yeah, then fine. This is fine.
Easy. Pro leak, dude. Leaking for my 6 workers. Perfect.
Yeah, I'm on 6 workers as well.
Nice, nice, nice.
Boy, I'm getting money taunted again.
Yeah, but I might even get 80 out on this wave. I think I do. I think I'm going to get enough time for my second snail.
Yeah, I'm gonna send 60. Like, I'll be off resending and incoming. I don't care about you.
Yeah.
You don't matter. No, actually, I did have to. Otherwise, I probably leak. I might even leak as well. I hope he doesn't get out of route. Just pray. But I can actually get mine pretty big here. Like, there's a snail and a dragon troll. Dragon troll should tank a devilfish for ages, since it will go in the split. But if I leak here, I need to stabilize. Snail shouldn't be too bad.
They're trying to starve me a little bit, but honestly, I already went 6 workers, so it's whatever.
It's glorious.
I need this Oathbreaker to die though. And he's got really, really nice split focus there because he added the split.
I got mine big times. Like, he's getting spanked.
He's so lucky. He's not supposed to hold an 80 cent there.
80%. That's a special one right there.
How am I feeling about next waves?
I think actually that since I got him, even though he built a bit, you're feeling pretty safe, honestly.
What I might do is shift a little bit of gold here, and then I can get my deep coiler on 5.
Yeah, I know.
I'm a little bit under. Like, if I get imps or something here, I might just be completely screwed.
I mean, honestly, I just decided that my role would be even. I'm actually thinking I could like commit to full gates, but that would require a lot of skill, and I'm not sure whether I possess it. Like, what I have in mind will carry us late game, like 3 times, but we probably won't be able to make it there.
Oh, I did get a dino here as well, by the way, so I'm just going to go 8 workers then.
Yeah, I'm gonna go in 8 workers as well, but
I'm going to lead the dino, but maybe I don't even. Maybe the death rattle from the consort just does so much damage against the dino, I might even be able to hold. Yeah, that's insane.
Should be fine. That's fine, that's fine. Nice. Good hold.
Easy hold, dude. Easy hold. Shame I didn't attack the left one.
Yeah. I think I'm just off sending Dragon Trolls.
Alright, I'll go for my second flower. Interesting play there.
Yeah.
Interesting being the key word.
Yeah. With int spelled in caps.
Alright, my tea has been drunk. That is the British fuel, so I am on track now. I'm going to go for a resend on 6, by the way.
Pardon?
I'm going to go for a resend on 6, by the way.
Yeah, you do. I trust you.
Ooh, he does get the Butcher here.
He rolled Forsaken Plus.
Yeah, pretty much. I probably still could have got through him with imps, but it's whatever.
Unfortunately, I can't push too hard. Yeah, I got mine big times again. Rather big. I'll be fine. I think my game has stabilized so far that I probably won't be able to break anymore.
Now, I'm kind of tempted to...
Would you mind looking into the chat?
I see the chat, what do you mean? The stream
What
chat
I
or
think-
the Discord chat?
No, no, the in-game chat. What I pinged my role at the moment.
Oh yeah, your roll is pretty disgusting, dude. That is...
And to top it all off, I even got a serpent to snipe out the witches.
Nice, dude. Nice.
So since I got through the early game that easily, I think it looks good.
That's pretty solid. I'm considering going for post-income imps here on 6. Because if he pushed off my 5 send, then he should just be pretty dead. Yeah.
He will be. Like, he's a greedy player. Oh, he actually added
I get the imps myself, but I've got a coiler. Hey, he added a whole growl. But the imps are still pretty good at killing rolls.
Okay, I'll snipe out the blue, tanking the answer. Oh, my split is just perfect.
Yeah?
It's wonderful. I do love this.
He's doing pretty well, actually. He's doing much better than I thought he would. I think he's just going to hold. Or, like, leak very small. Yeah, very small. But very small is okay while I have great
Would you
good
mind
workers.
resending?
I can resend. I don't have much to resend.
Don't think it matters. I think we can force king damage here soon.
Okay. Oh, I'm 1 gold off a veteran here, which I kind of wanted on this wave. But that's no matter. Maybe I'll just reroll.
Rage.
Doesn't help too much.
I mean, I'm kind of not in the spot where I would want to be. I'm actually rather bad this way. I'll just shift in 50. I'm fine, I'm fine.
Alright, no resend for me. The Millennium's pretty bad.
We're also
The rest of his stuff is weak though. Yeah, bad for us.
yeah, I agree.
And the mole doesn't really do much against it, right?
Yeah, I expected the bunk, so I figured the mold would be the better
Yeah.
side. Apparently not.
And there was a bunk on Darko.
Yeah, it was what we expected.
I think you are getting a leak, it's just not a very big one.
Oh, that's fine. Like
46%.
46. It's fine.
That's fine, it's fine.
Do you expect a sentient?
By the way, we have 10 minutes until the next match starts.
I know. Don't you worry, we'll end it fast. No, I'm joking. We can always just concede, you know?
Yeah.
Even though it's just unsatisfying. Look at Big Times Mr. Streamer over there on 11 workers.
Yeah, I kind of want more, honestly. Alright, small sends are fine. Then I wish that I hadn't built so much.
Yes.
Okay, I probably could have resent.
Can I interest you in some kind of... I was going to say Big Wave 11, but they've got 2 decent defensive spells with the Guardian and the Sacrifice.
Yeah, I think I prefer to just go here. Like send brutes, honestly.
I won't Luke him here, so I'm just going to chill, but I'm going to throw down my Sovereign and then I'm just going to push hard.
Yeah, I'm pushing as well, like on 15 workers.
I'm pretty sure that what I have currently just holds wave 10 without adding.
Yeah, I'll add a white main for next wave, honestly, and just scale up my build, or a star color.
Oh wow, look at your workers though. Now I wish that I didn't add this.
I was busy doing the extra work. Actually, my rule's super sick.
There's a head chef on Darko.
It wasted its heal in the...
I don't actually know when I can leak Tharke because he's got like Sacrifice on 11, so he can just go for a Haven or something like that there.
I mean, honestly, if this was a ranked game, I'd propose we just income and king up and just drag it out late because I'm invincible.
Yeah, but late game we have to concede because next match starts in 9 minutes.
Yeah, I agree.
So I feel like their win condition is just not losing in the next 2 or 3 waves.
Oh.
How about like some crazy all-in 12 play, and then if we don't win there, we just forfeit, because that will be about the right time for us as well.
Fine by me.
Okay. All right, then I'm pushing workers.
Oh, I'm not. I didn't receive send. You didn't either.
Yeah, but I'm pushing anyway because they'll presumably send at one point, and then we either win on 12 or we don't.
Honestly, if they just king up, they win, right?
Mm-hmm.
They can't die fast enough, most likely.
There's a send for you.
Sent me here.
So Somfon does really want to starve me.
Yeah, he's still stuck in the last season.
Yeah. It's fine though, right? Like I might even just push and just say that you're going to hold wave 11.
Wait, no.
And we
I'm
both take
pushing.
overwork.
Oh, works the perfect spell.
Yeah, we both just take overwork.
I'm leaking for time here.
That's fine. And I will probably leak on 11, and I will give shutdown, but then we'll just have like insane Mythium sends on 12.
Oh, so you're actually not planning to hold this, okay?
No, I'm not planning to hold 11 at all. If you could, that would be nice.
I'll see what I can do for you. But I'm not promising anything.
But you're not going to get a big send anyway. You just got a 200 on 10, right?
Yeah, I don't think you would want to stand anyways, because I've shown the antler and things like that.
But I am almost certainly leaking, yeah.
Yeah, I'm leaking as well. I think they might even go 12. Actually, I think mine's gonna go for a reason. We just almost die here. But you just add death cap for next wave and push.
This does add an interesting element to the game where you have to win because you've got commitments in 7 minutes.
I mean, honestly, our enemies are too good for that, but it would still be fun. Like if you just play, like you decide to downgrade the elo, like you play some, like instead of 2K players, you play like, let's say, gold players or so, and you just like, play against the clock basically.
I am leaking everything. Maybe I kill the Ghost Knight. I do kill the Ghost Knight.
Oh, that's great.
That's something.
Great. I mean, I'm leaking big times as well.
Nice.
Shut down.
Yeah, we'll just
I think we might just die.
Oh, it's gonna be close. I think I might be able to come you.
That's 18 creeps and no king upgrades.
Alright, enough.
But we got to send.
Yeah, I'm sending 600 or so.
Yeah, I'm sending a lot.
Like literally.
Oh.
Here she comes.
Oh yeah, we're dead, dude.
Yeah, happens. We would have had to end it anyways. I mean, honestly, if we wouldn't have gone for this crazy play, I would have. Like, go safer, but it didn't matter.
Oh, got him.
Got him.
Perfect timing, dude. Now we've got 5 minutes to talk about the next match, which is going to be pretty hype, honestly, because we have for the next match. Let me just swap over to the slideshow. So we've got coming up Ist mir eigentlich egal against Dream Team. So that is Mr. Buzz, the winner of the second giveaway, and Piney, probably the most accomplished classic player in the history of Legion TD2. And on the other side, we have Robbie and we have Boo Boy, who we saw played very, very well in the first match of the stream against the Bloc Québécois. So have you got any favourites between those two? Ist mir eigentlich or Dream Team?
I honestly think it's Dream Team again, but honestly, I'm kind of impressed. Mr. Buzz won the key 10 minutes ago, and he's already good enough to play in this tournament. I'm impressed. He's a fast winner. No, I'm joking. I think I will still give it to the Dream Team, because I think that, as with the first matchup, when it comes down to pressure, the more revered player and the more accomplished player will probably win. On the other hand, since Piney is such a good Classic player and ranked with all the income sense doesn't differ too much from Classic at the moment, they might have a good shot.
Yeah, for sure. Let's have a quick look at some of those players' profiles. Let me have a look at Mr. Buzz first, our winner there. So I'll pop that up on the screen here for the people at home to have a look at. And that does go a little bit weird. I'm going to have to change my UI scaling, otherwise the profiles are kind of all over the place. So let me go to the UI scaling, change that back down to 100, and that should fix the profile graphs.
Where can I see Mr. Buzz on the ladder?
Pretty low down these days, actually. He went on a bit of a tilt spree because up until a couple of days ago, Mr. Buzz was solidly inside the top 10. And then I think Buzz and Piney had a little bit of a donation streak going on the ladder. So the two of them losing more elo than they won. But that's nothing, that doesn't say anything about their tournament performance, because one, it's always been harder to climb in a duo at the top of the ladder in Legion. The reason for that is because you get a massive penalty. So you win games for +4 and you lose, you might win 5 games in a row for +20, but then you lose a single game and it's -30. So it's really hard to climb as a duo at the top of the ladder in Legion. Like, lower down, it's fine, but when you get to the top, it's super hard to climb as a duo. And I think they hit that brick wall together, so they were probably still having a positive win rate, but ended up at the same time losing around 200 elo together.
Yeah, I mean, that's true. But to be fair, that's just due to the top players being that good, you know? Like, even if you're good enough and you win like 60, 70, 80% as a duo, you still lose 20 to 30, and yeah, then you lose equal as much elo. So I think it's just down to no one like being insanely good. Like, so since the game is also rather role dependent, if everyone's like that tight with skills, so
yeah, agreed.
I think it's
Agreed. And he's got a pretty solid all-rounder play style. Like, he doesn't have any stat that stands out too much. He's around 50% in everything. So a pretty solid all-rounder is Mr. Buzz.
Yeah, that's kind of impressive.
Yeah, I think it means that he can play... He's very versatile, right? Depending what the game state is like. If he needs to go for a very fed game because he's got that carry role in the late game, he can do that. If he needs to go for a starve type game because he only has an early game role, he can do that as well. I think he's just a really solid all-arounder, and I think that shows on his profile. And if we have a quick look at his teammate as well, Mr. Piney. So Mr. Piney there, he's a little bit different. He stands out as more of an architect, so he's got a very solid 68% architect score there. And the graph is telling me that he has low tactician. Now, I do not have that experience playing against Piney, because anytime I'm in a game against Piney, the guy starves the hell out of me. I think last time I played against him, he did something like a level 1 king up into no send until wave 7, like 240 Mythium or something like that. So he really likes to go for the hard starve gameplay. I think his profile graph is lying to me a little bit here, but a very solid player. And just look at this number of games played, dude. That's an insane number of games played. He's got 5,661 wins, 3,350 losses, but that's a total of over 9,000 games played of Legion. And I know that's the Dragon Ball Z meme, but he literally has over 9,000. So pretty nutty there.
Win rate as well.
Yeah, 63% overall win rate. Very solid there from Piney. Favourite opening, Zeus, Sky Queen, Priestess. So he favours those ranged units, especially magic dealers there, the Zeus and the Priestess. Pretty solid opening stats. I think we've got a little bit of time. We can have a look at the other team. That is Robbie and Boo Boy.
If I may add, from the level, which is somewhat of an indicator for how much you play. I mean, of course, classic players tend to have higher levels and so on, but from judging from the overall level, Piney is ranked number 8. So he's the 8th most addicted player in this game.
I think he's played more games than anyone apart from 7 people in the whole world.
Yes, I mean, basically, as far as you can judge by level, because since level does not directly relate to games played, since you get more level if you play classic.
Cool. Let's just very quickly run through Robbie and Boo Boy's profiles, because I've been told the lobby is up. So Robbie, very, very high on that income stat. He does play a lot more greedy than the other players that we've looked at. His tactician is way lower, and as a result, his breaker is lower as well. But Robbie, he certainly knows how to scale into the late game. And if we look at Boo Boy, I think we'll expect to see a similar profile stat there. Actually, a little bit less. So his economist is still higher than Piney and Buzz, but it's certainly not as high as Robbie. And we do see slightly more centered stats there for Boo Boy as well. But I have to say, based on Robbie's economist game style, if the game ends up going late, I'd probably give the advantage over to Robbie and Boo Boy. But because of that kind of all-round and especially style-focused gameplay from Piney, I kind of think that if they're able to close it out in the early game with a very starved start to the match, I think they might be in a pretty good place.
I mean, we saw Robbie winning earlier, right? So we kind of know what to expect from them, and I mean, their games ended on wave 12, both, I think. So yeah, it's still rather early in the game. It's not too much of a late game scaling, but I mean, in previous tournaments we've seen Robbie like popping off and going like hard carry on wave 18 or so, and so he can also play that side. I think it will be very role dependent and also Legion spell dependent, because if we see a Vampire and a Sovereign again, they might try to end it at 12 again.
Yeah. And the lobby is up, so we are pretty much ready to get this show on the road.
I think so, yeah. Yeah, I think we're just waiting for the lobby to start, right? Let's talk real quick about pick and bans. So both teams banned locally the other team's greed. Global ban was once hybrid, once Atlantean.
Yeah.
And we can see that Roby and Booboy do have chosen to have reroll, lock-in, and Forsaken as their options, whereas Buzz and Piney do have reroll, lock-in, and YOLO, I think. Yeah, it's YOLO.
That is YOLO. That is YOLO. I love to see YOLO in the tournament setting, like, because it is so like high rolly. If you get a decent roll with YOLO and you have that +6 income, it's so nice. It puts you in a really good position. But at the same time, you can also just shoot yourself in the foot. You can get like borderline unplayable YOLO rolls.
You can totally do, but we have not seen that happening. Like the worst YOLO roll was on King's YOLO roll on game 1, on day 1. And besides that, I think like all the rolls like were way above average.
Yeah.
And we can see a YOLO coming in from Piney, and it actually looks playable-ish. I mean, he's lacking tanks, but he's got a Sky Queen as an opener with a Leviathan buff, so he can play. Okay, he's actually going for Double Tempest. We can see Booboy opting for what I assume, yeah, it's lock-in Great Boar.
Yeah.
With a solid start in the Nightmare, and we can see Roby.
But he doesn't have that range unit that you really want with the boar, right? Now, Robbie does. Robbie has got the role. He has the Zeus. He has the boar. I think Robbie is like absolutely a force to be reckoned with in this game. But I'm kind of interested why he's starting with a fire elemental instead of a Zeus. It's still a good opener.
I think he wants to hide it. But Penny, why don't you run us down with the Legion spells?
Sure. So this game we have 3 Legion spells: Sacrifice, All Out Assault, and Pulverizer. Now Pulverizer is a very, very strong steroid spell for 1 carry unit. And this unit right here is like the epitome of what you want, as is the Sky Queen. So Mr. Buzz and Booboy both have very good options. For Pulverizer, it's a spell which gives you bonus attack speed and stun chance. So it's insanely good on those already fast attacking units like Sky Queen, like Doppelganger, and it's especially good on elite waves like 13, 18, and boss waves like 15 and 20, because you get those stun procs against the big single target, and all of a sudden you're locking down like such a big percentage of the wave, right? Like, let's say it's wave 18, there's only 6 creeps there, and you pretty much stun lock 1, so there's only 5 actually attacking you. It's a really, really solid spell that way. And the other 2, Sacrifice and All Out, like obviously All Out is a very big aggressive spell. It gives you a bonus 100 Mythium at the cost of -20 income. While Sacrifice, that's your defensive spell. That's plus 90 gold, but also a very, very underrated element of the Sacrifice spell is the fact that you can use it to sell a unit for 100 of its gold cost, 100% like of its original cost, right? So let's say you're expecting a massive send and it's wave 11, and you've got a unit that's very weak on 11, like a Canopy or something like that, right? You can sacrifice your Canopy, get back 100% of the initial gold, and put all of that money into a unit that's good on the wave that you're scared about. So you can do, for example, you can sell a Canopy and build a Red Eye, something like this.
I do agree. And I think, actually, I mean, we've got 2 hard carry units with Nightmare and the Sky Queen, which want to utilize Pulverize if it's safe enough.
Yep.
And actually, I want to point out that Mr. Buzz's role with the Sky Queen and the boar actually looks kind of sick, and he also has,
I like it too.
Disciple. Like Disciple for his Sky Queen is like, that's probably as good as it gets for now, I would say.
I do like it, but I would say he looks pretty vulnerable on wave 13 already. Just because obviously Sky Queens are weak there, Boars are weak there too. He doesn't have that magic or impact damage that you kind of need to hold wave 13, while Robbie does, because of course he has the Zeus, right? But Mr. Buzz,
Yeah.
he does leak here. Well, he's actually leaking versus a single snail. 28% leak there versus one snail. And everybody
Well,
else
PTSD
holds.
from our caster games. That's basically what happened to me. But no, I think it's not too bad. I mean, he pushed 6 workers. He's ahead on worker count. He survived a rather better when he waited for himself.
Yeah.
And he'll just scale up. But I do actually wonder what he's gonna add here. And whether he gets a recent. I mean, oh, actually, it's just a 40 recent. He will be able to hold it. But I mean, Mystery Boss is greeting out with his Sky Queen here.
Yeah.
And when we check the other teams, we can see that Blue Boy is adding another Devilfish. So Blue Boy is like very heavy on the Swift armor, whereas Roby is like trying to cover whatever may come on 6 and 7 and 8. And I think that for the builds that have been placed for now, Roby's build actually looks very, very early game focused. Like
Yeah, for
whatever
sure.
he has on the board does not
Yeah.
scale up that well.
But it is a really solid foundation, right? Like, these units are going to serve him very well all the way up till, say, wave 9 and 10, where he might struggle. But even on 10, the consorts are very good, and we see that he has the Ranger in his role as well. Amazing unit on wave 10. And then he can kind of worry about transitioning into the late game afterwards. So I kind of like the way Robbie's playing this. He's going for the early game units rather than trying to go straight into the Zeus and Boar combo. I think he's playing this very well, actually.
I think that even though he isn't with this build, he's like for sure safe on 7 and 8. I think that actually like shifting it to a boar and starting Zeus might yield a better reward, a bigger reward.
Now, Mr. Buzz, he sends
see-
the imps against Boo Boy here, and Boo Boy, he's opted to make both of his Seraphim instead of Devilfish tanks. So the Nightmare will be exposed quite early, but let's see if the sheer magic DPS of these Seraphins is enough to compensate, and it looks like it is. He's doing very, very well here.
Yeah, and the Seraphim is split.
That's insane. Yeah, this Seraphim survives. Mr. Buzz does leak 47% over in lane 1, and that is against an income send. And meanwhile, Boo Boy, okay, he will leak, but it's going to be 1 imp on low HP. So I think he's
That's
completely fine with that. He's absolutely fine with that leak.
It's a pro league from Blue Boy's standpoint,
Yeah.
you know.
Mr.
Like-
Buzz, though, like, he can't really afford to be leaking that much against an income send.
I mean, he graded out with his Sky Queen starter, and here comes like he gets to pay his due diligence for it.
Yeah. I've
Also
just
these-
picked up in the chat, by the way, that Boo Boy and Robbie, they actually banned hybrid, which is a respect ban because Piney is known as like the #1 hybrid player in Classic. So that's actually a pretty nice touch that they decided to ban his hybrid away from him.
I mean, honestly, why not? I'm actually kind of interested because I mean, Blue Boy and Robbie have opted to like pick up Forsaken into their options, so we might see that.
Yeah.
Okay, so actually Piney, Mr. Buzz is adding a canopy here, which is okay-ish. I mean, it deals some damage, but it might not tank enough. And
I
then
think
Sky
the
Queen will
canopy's
just-
pretty solid. Like it just kills the Roccos very, very quickly, and I think that's fine. Yeah, he's holding this.
Well,
Meanwhile,
he'll need to get up a tank line ASAP, you know?
Piney's fine as well, so they both hold, but so does everybody else. So everyone's just sending income here. Everyone is holding, and I kind of feel like this is favouring Robbie at the moment because he does have the extra workers compared to everybody else. He's on 11 workers, while Buzz and
pushed his
Piney, they're
11.
only on 9.
Yeah, he pushed his 11th worker right now, and
Yeah.
that's insane. And his like value isn't even that bad.
But he knows he's really good on wave 7 and 8, right? So he can afford to play aggressive like this. He will be in trouble on 9 unless he gets something like... He needs to have either a King Claw or a Great Boar on 9 to have any chance of holding there. So let's see how Robbie plays that. He has to start preparing to get one of those units down on 9 already, otherwise he's going to just simply die on wave 9.
I agree. But the good thing is he can have like rangers to cover him on 10, so he can like really prepare for 9 and like build up a tank line, and the tank line will just serve 10 as well, and then he'll shred the boss.
Yeah. But everyone
yeah, I
is
think-
clearing just fine here, and we have an income send coming out again from Robbie. I think he's got a very clear game plan this game, and we did say from looking at his profile that Robbie is a very high income player, and he certainly is playing that way in this matchup, right?
Yeah, I think so. And, I mean, he realized that Mr. Buzz, with his Sky Queen start, did not have the opportunity to push as hard. Then even Leak with not pushing as hard as everyone else because he over pushed.
Yeah.
To make up for that, and now he's like kind of weak. If you look at the power score, he's the only one not at 1.3k, and
yeah, he is behind. He's starting to fall behind.
Leak to this end, honestly.
I mean, he's not very far behind, but it is, you know, it's something, right?
Yeah, it's mounting up, you know.
It's mounting up, and Robbie should be able to send double lizards here along with his dino, which is pretty good. Like, Mr. Buzz is very reliant on those Canopy and Wild Streams staying alive long enough for his Sky Queen to dish out the damage. But is he shifting here? He is. He's shifting. He's shifting 89 gold. He was going for that boar on wave 9, but he's going to pay for that here because he's under 700 value. And meanwhile, Robbie actually sends him 160 with the dino and the double lizard. This is going to be a pretty decent leak here from Mr. Buzz.
Yeah, and I think that might put him behind even further, and not just put Mr. Buzz behind.
Oh no! Look at this, dude. 85%. He was already behind. This is such a hard game now from Mr. Buzz. He gambled and he lost, man. Like, he shifted the gold. He was going for that boar on 9. He thought the send was coming on 9, and this hurts him so much.
What's even worse than the situation Mr. Buzz is right now is, if he looks to the other side and looks at Roby, I mean, he can't the way we can, but Roby is snowballing ahead. He's the only one at 11 workers. The next one up is 9 workers on Piney and Mr. Buzz, who just received the send. And
Mr. Buzz, he couldn't even push off the send. He couldn't afford to push off the send at all because he killed barely anything.
Yeah.
And now he does get his boar now, which is good, but he's not getting a resend from Robbie.
And honestly, as soon as Piney sends it to Roby will be at 20 workers.
Yeah, absolutely. Now, Piney, he is saving. He has nearly 200 Mythium. He doesn't go here on 9, where Robbie did manage to get the Great Ball. But I guess he wants to go on 10 then?
Yeah, but I don't think 10 is that much of a threat, since they're at Daphne, so at most you'll leak a low HP King and you'll just King upgrade, you know? The King upgrades are actually a fine way to sustain 10 if you're that far ahead.
But Boo Boy, he's going to hold easily here as well. I mean, this is income plus King upgrades, so of course he's going to hold. He has the Head Chef, he has the Great Ball. That's a free hold there from him, and we expect to see him pushing the worker button pretty hard now.
I'm kind of interested what the line of thought for Mr. Buzz was, because he's already far behind. He can't actually afford to send income because he won't catch up with anyone else.
Yeah.
So actually, I think going to try to lead Blue Boy might have been worth more here.
Oh, here comes the Ghost Knight from Piney against Robbie. What do you think about that? Because with double Daphne, the Ghost Knight actually can die pretty quickly.
Actually, he sold off. Oh no, he still has a. Yeah, I think it will be dependent on the focus.
I think that Ghost Knight's going to die real fast, dude, because it's double Daphne and a Zeus.
Are you sure that it gets focused? It could happen that the boss drags it to the side and that the boss gets focused solely, and the Ghost Knight will just dish out damage. We'll see.
It does depend a lot, and Piney, he won't send the snail, I'm pretty sure. So let's see what happens to this Ghost Knight, because I kind of just expect it to die pretty quickly.
Okay,
yeah, it's taking all the focus from the Daphnes, from the Zeus. It dies very, very fast. It might still be a leak because, you know, it's a massive send, but it won't be a very big one.
And Roby's giving away a 25 gold shutdown, but he'll happily take that for leaking a, I don't know, 20% king, if even.
Yeah.
So that's fine.
So 25 gold. But Boo Boy, is he? Oh, Boo Boy's leaking as well. He's leaking as well, so this is a double shutdown. So that actually really does help for Mr. Buzz and Piney. That's 50 gold each that they receive on this wave, on top of any leak gold that they get here. So they'll also get some gold from the pillage damage against the king, and of course from killing the bosses. So that does help them a lot. I don't know if it's enough to bring them fully back into the game, but for certain that's a good starting point.
And I do really have to call out the play by Boo Boy here, because honestly, you know your mate's gonna leak on 10. He has, I mean, he's okay-ish, but he won't hold. There's too big of a send.
Yeah.
And Booboy not even just not covering his mate, but rather leaking himself and also giving away shutdown and so on. That's actually a huge deal. Like, if he would have held and covered his mate, they would be far ahead and fine. But this way, it's actually it's kind of a comeback that Piney and Buzz achieved, and honestly, they achieved it over a Dragon Turtle that Buzz sent.
I think it came down to his positioning as well, because this Seraphim was a Devilfish on the previous wave, but it was the last unit alive, which meant that his Nightmare died pretty early. So if he'd adjusted his split with Tier 1 around there, the Devilfish would have tanked first, the Nightmare would have done that much more damage, and he would have just full held. So a little minor positioning thing there for Booboy that could have resulted in an easy hold and that much less gold going over to Buzz and Piney.
And we can see 3 players picking up Pulverize, so
yeah,
that's kind of very interesting. The only one not picking it is Piney, who totally doesn't have a unit for it, but everyone else going Pulverize, and honestly that makes a huge difference on waves like 13 and 15 to some extent.
Pulverizer is very strong on 13. But let me ask you about the next send. So when do you expect the next send to come, and why is the answer to that question wave 13?
Okay, it's quite easy against Mr. Boss, because his main damage, like by far the most of his damage comes from the Sky Queen, and the Sky Queen can be easily shut down 13. Also the Boars. Like, the Boars are basically the answer to everyone, because Boars with their fortified armor are not as great, and with their impact damage, which is great against waves that spawn a lot of units, waves, it's not too great on 13. So we're looking at a 13 because 3 players do actually have Boars. The only one who doesn't have Boars is Piney, who has Aquas, which aren't that great, but I mean, he will have to like add some more Deep Coilers or add a White Main for him to be able to hold.
I think Piney's pretty vulnerable on 13. Because he's almost entirely pierce damage. The Tempest, the Aquas are very weak there. The Coilers, they can at least tank a little bit, and the Antlers can tank a little bit. But the send is pretty big that's coming out.
Yeah, and I mean, that's just a detriment, because Roby's 15 workers have been putting in the extra hours, while everyone else was working 2 shifts, he worked 3 shifts. No, it's true.
It is true.
The problem is, if you look at Boy, there is a Pulverizer.
Yeah.
A Pulverizer.
He needs to change these. These Seraphims need to be Devilfish, so I hope he does that in time.
But he actually doesn't receive a 4-Eyes. I don't think it really matters. Honestly.
No, he's getting only an income send. But they still need to be Devilfish. There's no world in which you leave your Seraphim as ranged DPS instead of melee tanks here. But he does. I think he's lucky that he received Income King here. I think a proper send might have leaked him there, because these Seraphim need to be Devilfish to tank for your Doppelganger on this wave. But either way, I think he's going to be fine against the Income send, as will Robbie. But these are the waves we need to focus on, because this is where the real sends were. 340 here, 300 here, and it does look like a big leak on Mr. Buzz. He's going to kill one more.
Yeah.
But that's 83% there, and look at this. This Drill Golem literally on 0% HP, but still leaks, still hurts him. And Piney, he's not holding either. He's doing better, but that's still a 50% leak there.
And they're probably behind again. So even with the wave they're pushing, and they're still behind the worker count of Booboy and Roby. So that's a big problem for them.
Yeah.
And I think Piney and Mr. Buzz need to find some magic trick in their head. Otherwise, this game looks rather doomed.
Yeah, I mean, they're taking some pretty serious king damage here as well. Like, even with the king attack upgrades, they're still taking way more damage than they would like to. And meanwhile, Booboy and Robbie, they have a big worker lead. So it's not like they took some damage while saving and then they can counterattack on another wave. They actually had to send there. They had to send their income, they had to do some king upgrades, and still leaked heavily and still took all of that king damage. And meanwhile, Booboy and Robbie, the dream team, they can just continue to push and grow their advantage even further. Now, I think both players are fairly weak on 15, although we do see Booboy going in for his Phoenix already, so we'll have that unit there. So maybe Buzz and Piney can get something done on 15, but I think that's kind of their last hope, really.
I mean, to be fair, I think the Violet won't tank too much on 15 since there are boars.
Yeah.
So there might be a case, but the problem again is the pulverize. If the doppelganger with the pulverize gets into the boss unit of the wave
and just stun locks it,
just so much of his DPS will be shut down. So I think that's what we're looking for, and I think actually can Buzz and Pidy even send here? They've got 200 Lithium each, and they'll be sending into builds that have 3 to 3.
Well, the question is, can they afford not to? Because look at their value. Mr. Buzz and Piney, they're both like comfortably undervalued already. And yeah, we do see sends coming out from everyone. There is a Ghost Knight from Boo Boy, which is okay against Piney. I don't know if it's the ideal send. I think it's fine though. There is Four Eyes and Tank Spam from Robbie, which I do think is good. The Four Eyes should be able to kill the Arctep pretty quickly, and the Red Eyes as well. Mr. Buzz sends a Pack Leader, though, which I actually don't like at all. I think the Pack Leader is a pretty bad send on 15.
I mean, I think his like hope is to deal enough damage for the Doppelganger randomly to hit the Doppelganger to just like snipe it afterwards, but...
Yeah.
I don't know. I think that the Pack Leader there is not enough to like deal the additional damage.
No, I mean the Pack Leader is just going to die very quickly. Like it's already being stunned up by the Doppelganger. It's dead now, so it just had very little impact. And that was 160 Mythium that did basically nothing.
Also, the imps are kind of. I don't really.
Get I don't like the like melee sends there on 15. Like if you have to send tanks or something, you know.
Yeah, and take the full.
But he's just holding
3 dinos.
He's holding, but Mr. Buzz is not. That is a 98% leak. And Piney, he's not either. That is a 67% leak. And that is going to be GG here. Robbie leaks as well with a 75 god shutdown, but that does not matter because the game will end here on 15.
Yeah, there's no way they survive. Like that game's over, and we're now looking forward to the next game. And I think that I don't know. It will just come down to what the teams decide to play. We'll see what has been banned for those teams. I think we had a lock in Boar, if I remember it correctly, from Robbie.
Yeah, I think so. I think maybe both Boo Boy and Robbie locked in Boar. I'm not entirely sure, but they certainly have the income for a lock-in roll, right? Because it's 9 income.
Yeah. So probably that was their income option. So they're left with either Forsaken or Reroll.
Yeah.
And honestly, I have a serious question. Do you expect to see a Forsaken here?
I'm just looking back through the waves, by the way, and this wave 8 from Mr. Buzz was so crushing. Like we saw in the game there, he was shifting gold. He expects the send to come on 9. And then, if the send does come on 9, then the shift is a really big brain play because he gets the Great Boar down. But it doesn't. It comes on 8, and it was only an income send. But he had like 80-some gold left over. I think he could have added another Wild Shrimp, which at least is more tank value, and maybe be able to hold a little bit better.
He even had the second Wild Shrimp down. Like, he placed the second Wild Shrimp behind
and then changed his mind, didn't he? Changed his mind and added some Polywogs instead. But, yeah, I mean, that was just absolutely crushing there. Mr. Buzz was already a little bit behind, and then he leaks 85% on Wave 8 versus an income send from Robbie. And I think at that point the game was already very hard for Buzz and Piney to come back into. And they did have some luck with the send on 10. I still don't like the Ghost Knight there from Piney. I think... Like, you already know that he has Daphne, you already know that he has Zeus and Fire Elemental. I just don't like the Ghost Knight send there. I'm not sure what would be better. Like I think even like 3 dinos might have been better, honestly. Like, I'm not even kidding. I think 3 dinos might have been better there.
I think a case could be made for an ogre, because it won't die to all the AoE.
Yeah, I can see an ogre. Faster. I could see it like an ogre and then like just snails.
A dragon turtle or dragon turtle.
Yeah. Ogre and just small tank spam would have been fine, because then you distract the Daphnes for at least a few seconds, and then maybe you end up getting some split focus between the boss and the ogre as well, so the ogre can tank. But yeah, I really didn't like the Ghost Knight there, but it still leaked him. They did get the shutdown gold, so there's a little bit of comeback there, but it wasn't enough. It wasn't enough, and then Boot Boy and Robbie with the massive leaks there on 13, just crushing Mr. Buzz and Piney even further. And then obviously we saw the decisive send there on 15 to close out the game. I think it was pretty well played actually from Boot Boy and Robbie. It did feel like they were in control of this game pretty much from start to finish.
Also, one has to add, I'm pretty sure that Piney skipped income for the Ghost Knight, so that makes it even less worth, honestly.
I don't think he did.
Oh no, actually, he could have added the snail.
He could have added a snail. He had something like
yeah.
30 Mythium left over at the end. I'm pretty sure he had the Ghost Knight before income. But yeah, it wasn't this end. Like, it got the leak, but I think he could have just done either exactly the same or even slightly better with just dinos. So I'm not sure.
And to say that we had Roby picking in lock in Great Boar, and Boy actually went redraw. He did not lock in Great Boar, he re-rolled into it.
So they can't choose the same picks again, remember, guys? So that means they cannot choose lock-in and redraw, at least not on themselves. They can just swap over. The two players can just completely swap over.
Yeah, I think actually that's what's happening, because I don't think that we will see the Forsaken. I trust still.
But do you know what? I would really like for Ist mir eigentlich egal to take this game, because I want to see a game 3. Like, all of our series today have ended in 2-0s, and I really want to see a 3-game series, especially for the last match of the day. So I'm kind of rooting for Mr. Buzz and Piney this time around.
See, that's what Leech and TD does to you. Before we casted, you said it will be exhausting and it will be long, it will be hours of casting. Now you're rooting for the last game, especially the last game, because every other game would have just wouldn't have mattered because we had a fixed schedule for the other games. But
yeah,
now you're just like, I want another one.
I want another one.
And another one.
I kind of wish that all of the series had been three-game series, right? Because then we wouldn't have had to kind of fill with our 1v1 match, with our Sonfon redundant match, although they were fun. Like, I had a lot of fun losing massively against Sonfon and redundant, so shout out to those guys if they're still watching. But I kind of feel like
the timer than against them.
Yeah. But I kind of feel like the viewers are not here to watch the casters play, right? The viewers are here for the tournament games.
Yeah, of course. I mean, that was just some filler content then.
So Boo Boy has locked in Great Boar, so it looks like they've just swapped over the sides of Robbie and Boo Boy. So now Robbie is on redraw and Boo Boy is on the lock-in boar. And that really seems to be like the flavour of the tournament, right? Because every time there's a lock-in, it's always on the boar. And it just seems like such a strong choice for lock-in as well, because it's really versatile. Like, it is... The boar, it just is the best tank in the game at the moment. Like, it has so much HP, its charge deals decent damage, like, when the wave starts, and it slows the wave as well. Like, it just does everything. Like, those first 3 seconds of battle are so vital in a game of Legion, because the way Legion works is... The incoming DPS from the enemy wave is always the highest at the start, because that's when all of the enemies are alive. But if you can kill, like, 2-3 creeps in those first 3 seconds when the attack speed is so slow because of the boars, you've got a massive advantage, because you've already, like, reduced the number of creeps by 25%, and you are already, like... The boar splash, it's just making them do half attack speed. So while there is the most potential DPS on the board, you've reduced it by 50%. And it's just nuts. Like, it's just such a good ability.
Yeah, so that's definitely the case. Also, I wonder, like, did Boo Boy and Roby, like the Dream Team, did they have Forsaken in the back pocket for a vampire? But then on the other hand, if there's a vampire, don't you just go lock in Sovereign?
I think that's probably their logic, yes. Isn't that they wanted to go for, like, if there's vampire on the table, they'll take the Forsaken. But also, you have to pick four options, right? So maybe they'd have just been happy if their opponents had banned Forsaken, then they would have had Greed to choose from as well, but who knows?
No Maniac would ever do that. Okay, we can see the Dream Team pushing up to 5 workers, whereas Mr. Buzz and Piney do stay on 4.
Well, they can't afford it because they have 41 gold each. So they probably will go to 5 workers, but they have to kill 2 creeps from wave 2 first. And there is a snail resend from Buzz, and it is going to work. Robbie will leak here, but he's not going for a Firelord. So if Robbie was going for Firelord, this is a massive punish, because what it does is it means that you cannot afford the Firelord on wave 3. With the Holy Avenger, however, it costs 5 less gold. I think he might still be able to afford the Avenger even despite the fact that he's going to leak 3 creeps here now on wave 2.
Yes, I do agree. I think he would have wanted to go for the Avenger as well, especially since he rolled APS and Butcher as well.
I think he might still get it. Like, he sends his income now.
Yeah, right? Yeah.
It might be close. Oh, he doesn't. He's 2 gold short. He's 2 gold short, dude. If he sells, he's got 268, so he cannot get the Avenger here. He can't afford it.
Yeah, he rerolled.
And do you know what the difference maker is? The difference is the fact that he was redraw and not greed. So if this was a greed roll, the extra 2 income would mean that he could take that Avenger on wave 3, but like this he can't.
That spells disaster for him, since his role was all about getting Avenger out early and then just scaling and buffing the Avenger and pushing with it, but this delays him massively.
But I think he might still be able to get it on wave 4, and in that case I think he's just fine. So let's see what happens there. Can he get the Avenger out on wave 4?
It's kind of sad to not see a
oh, Piney 50%. Piney leaking 50% with a Fire Elemental on 3, and it's only against a Dragon Turtle.
Imagine that being a Dragon Turtle and a Snail.
Yeah.
Holy.
Boo Boy 24%. And Robbie, by the way, look at this. He didn't receive anything, and he's damn near leaking himself. Can you imagine if Mr. Buzz resent here? Like, he didn't have very much. He didn't have very much Mythium, but all it would have taken is like 2 snails or 1 dragon turtle, and that would have been a decent leak on Robbie as well.
Yeah, honestly, if you're seeing a Brawl start and he's greeding out on 2 and he's not adding anything, and you get him with the snail, honestly, I think it's like almost exclusively always worth it to resend.
Yeah.
Because chances are that he tried to go into something crazy which he couldn't afford.
But there it is. So we see the Avenger coming out on 4, which means I think Robbie should just be completely fine against this resend here from Mr. Buzz. I think he's going to do just fine, and then push up some workers. By the way, he also has the Butcher in his wave, in his role. Yeah. So he has Butcher, APS, Avenger. There is some insane potential in Robbie's role here. I think if this game goes late, we might see Robbie just being absolutely unleakable.
Yeah, I'm sure, because he has Boar as well, and the Avenger needs something to tank for itself. So. Yeah. It's actually insane. If Buzz and Piney let the game go like till after 13, like after 12, so 13, 14.
Oh, look at this, dude. Look at this, Mr. Buzz is in major trouble here. He received a 100 send. It's not even the biggest send in the world, but that is a 57% leak, and he stayed 5 workers for that. He was 405 value, 5 workers, leaks 57% wave 4. That is not good for Mr. Buzz.
Yeah, and it's time for Robbie to just crank up some more workers, because Robbie won't care. Like there's no problem for him in the next wave. Like the next wave he could leak would probably be 8. So yeah, that's some nice time and gold for the dream team, and yeah, I think that's fast disaster for Buzz and Piney, because although their rolls are okay, they're not as insane as Robbie's roll, and Robbie can just run away with the game.
Yeah. And I think Robbie will just go for a very high income strategy this game. He's just going to keep sending. He's going to keep his income growing. He's going to keep pushing workers, and he just wants to go massive in the late game. And I think that's a good call from him, honestly.
I do agree. And like at that point, like Booba is playing rather safely just to sustain the sends that are coming from Robbie not having too much pressure. And actually, he could leak her.
This could end up being a pretty big leak on Piney, actually. He does kill the boss. Okay, he kills the boss, so that's something. Actually, the Fire Elemental not dying. Now he's able to clear up a lot of those wave creeps, so it will be a leak, but only a very small one. And for a while there, it looked like he might have been in a lot more danger than this.
I agree, yeah. But on the other hand, it doesn't really matter too much what Piney does, since he's just there to sustain the sense of an Avenger, and that Holy Avenger will just outpush everyone now.
Yeah.
Although Piney is doing a very good job at keeping up with it.
Yep, so Piney and Robbie both on 8 workers, which is pretty nice to see. Robbie, does he go for the Butcher now? I assume he will. I think he'll go Butcher and then Treasure Hunt. Yeah, exactly. So that I like that play from Robbie. He knows he has zero chance of leaking because he has the Holy Avenger lifesteal here. And I like the treasure hunt play because, you know, the underground workers will continue to get him Mythium, even though let's say he was overbuilding by adding the Butcher here.
Honestly, I think Robbie might have enabled auto-send. Like, he really could have.
Well, he should. Like, look at his late game roll. Look at what he has here. Like, the Butcher, the APS, the Sovereign, the Boar. He has an absolutely insane late game roll. So I think if there was ever a case to play auto-send in a tournament, it is right now.
Also, let me remind you that Robbie this game picked redraw. So,
yeah.
I don't know how many he has got left, since he rerolled once into the gate guard. But if you can reroll again and like find something like a Steed, then... I mean, at this point it's looking grim, but if you find something like that, it's just game over.
Yeah. There's a Harbinger coming out now from Robbie. Mr. Buzz is forced to send income because Boo Boy was saving him pretty hard. And there is a double Brute and Lizard coming out now from Boo Boy. Let's see if Buzz is able to hold out against this. He does have 820 value. So he's pretty high on the value side of things, but this is a big send coming out. This is a 160.
Yeah, I think that could be a problem for him since his build handles smaller sends rather well because he's just splitting the aggro, but the Brute and the additional wave creeps they do actually like they don't split up as well, and that's gonna be bad priestess. And
that priestess is down now, and the disciple, there's no way it can solo all of that. So this will be a leak here from Mr. Buzz. There is 72%. And he's already lost gold from leaks this game, so has Piney. I mean, this game, it just feels like it's going already in favour of Dream Team. So I really hope that Istmir Eigentlich can come back from this, because I really do want to see that game 3.
I mean, I do hope they can come back, so just for this game to be dragged out till wave 20 when the Sovereign will just obliterate the boss, honestly, because if they don't majorly fluff it up soon, there will be no world in which Robbie can leak, and he's pulling ahead already. He's the highest on workers. He's on the same income as Piney, and yeah, he'll. Oh, he actually did reroll into the Steed. Oh my god, that's disgusting.
Filthy. Yeah, like as if this roll couldn't get any more degenerate. He proves it there with the Steed.
Yeah, I mean, if he uses his next reroll to reroll into, like, I don't know, like serpents and like find a way to snipe out shamans. Actually, serpents work with the boars. If he finds like aquas to bounce onto the shaman, that's just it's not okay.
So Piney did go for a full send here with the Mole Fiend Snail, but the well placed Halo there from Boo Boy was able to burn down the mole pretty quickly. And I mean, he does have insane value. Like, he's over 1,000 value on wave 8, but it pays off. Like, he is able to hold here, and now he can push those workers. Here, the Avenger going nuts over on the other side, so we get an easy hold there from Robbie, of course. And we do see the hold there from Boo Boy. So that's a hold against 200 Mythium.
Boo Boy holding here and pushing workers, that will feel like very bad for Mr. Buzz, who is already weak on 9 and 10.
Yeah.
Like, Buzz's build with the Priestess and the Healer does not deal that well with big sense, especially not on wave 9 or 10, because he's lacking damage and he's lacking tank value. And that's the reason he added the Bunk, which is a good play against 11, but I don't see him holding either of the waves. And actually, Boo Boy sent a Fiend here. I wonder whether he will add something. I actually don't think so. I think he'll just send big on 10, and that spells disaster. 10 looks like a very, very bad way for Mr. Buzz.
Yeah. But he did get a little income send here, which maybe is his saving grace on 10, because obviously he can't receive that much now on wave 10. And he should be able to hold this wave 9 send pretty comfortably. Piney, meanwhile, he got 140 send, but it's only income, so I think he's going to be just fine as well. But this could have been danger, honestly. Like, if that's a mole send instead of a Cannoneer send, I think he might not have been able to hold there.
Yeah, he for sure leaks. And I mean, you can see how close it is even with just income send. So.
Yeah.
But honestly, Robbie doesn't play to break Piney. Robbie just plays to
Robbie plays to snowball, yeah. And he's doing a very good job of that. Look at his income, 165 income here. The next highest is 138, which, by the way, is his teammate. So I think Robbie and Boo Boy are just pretty far ahead economically. They are being saved on now by Buzz and Piney, and there is Press the Attack available. And by the way, guess what? If Avenger has weak waves, it's 11 and 12.
Yeah, I do agree. But on the other hand, for the Avenger, there's even a Guardian Angel. So you give it this Guardian Angel, it will stack up. It will be almost full. Then it will die, respawn, and lifesteal itself into oblivion. So even though there's no classical, traditional like defensive spell, this might be the choice. I'm very positive it's the choice for Roby since he didn't receive a send. And honestly, not even Roby. Roby's not the only one enabling the auto send. I think Boo Boy is in it as well for now.
Yeah. But we will have a leak here from Mr. Buzz. It's not a big one, but I mean it's enough.
As well.
Oh yeah, they both leak. So this is just more gold now going over to the side of Robbie and Boo Boy, who are already ahead.
More gold, more time, and more time for workers to work to be able to income send again. So
yeah. And we expect to see the income send for sure coming out again on 11. I just wonder whether Buzz and Piney decide to go here, or are they going to go for one more wave, all in wave 12?
I honestly think they should go 12, because their send here wouldn't be that big. Like it's 300 lithium apiece.
They do, they save, okay. So they save, I'm certain they take Press the Attack.
Yeah. I'm certain as well. The thing is, Roby and Boo Boy, first of all, did an income send, which is a very, very good call. Actually, yeah, they did Press the Attack, but them not sending here is very good, because that way Buzz and Piney won't leak. So if Roby and Boo Boy send here and Piney and Buzz leak, then they probably could be dead on 12. Like Roby and Boo Boy would just die on 12.
Yeah,
but with them like holding their nerve here, that's actually...
They can maybe go for a race, right? They can maybe go for a race on 12, because Buzz and Piney, their value is so low, like crazy low. And because they have more workers, Robbie and Boo Boy, they actually present a danger on wave 12 as well.
Honestly, I wouldn't mind them like to just king up fully. That's also a way, because there's no way Roby's ever gonna get caught again. But I think sending is also like I think
they may just win themselves on wave 12, because Piney and Mr. Buzz, their value is so low. Like they've starved themselves out of the game a little bit, it feels like.
Yeah, I think so too. And in the end, it really doesn't matter, because for Mr. Buzz and Piney, it's not just breaking the enemy team, but also they gotta survive. And I think they won't be able to do it here.
I really think that everything kind of comes down to this send here, because Mr. Buzz and Piney, they not only need to hold their own lanes, but their send now has to be impactful. It absolutely has to be. Like if they don't get massive king damage or even win here on wave 12, I think they pretty much just straight up lose, because Robbie and Boo Boy, they're so far ahead economically. Their income is way higher, their workers are higher, their values are higher. I think they really are all in now on the side of Buzz and Piney. And for this, I mean, I just really hope this send works, because game 3, dude, come on.
And honestly, the size of the sends isn't that much different. The only one who's like sending severely less is Roby, who didn't pick Press the Attack. But besides that, like it's 320 or 340 against a 420 and a 460. That's like 100 Mythium for not picking one Press the Attack on one play, and like that's not too bad. And I think that
Piney's holding pretty well. I think Piney's going to full hold. Buzz is not, and Boo Boy is not. That's 87% there. And meanwhile, the Sovereign's going nuts! The Sovereign's going nuts! Can the Four Eyes kill it?
Yeah, it will.
It can. Okay, so Robbie will leak as well, and that is another shutdown. 75 gold. So they claim 25 from Boo Boy, 75 from Robbie. That's 100 gold each going over to Buzz and Piney. Now,
and to be honest,
that's something. That is something, but I think they needed to do more damage than this here on wave 12. Like, they're going to get some DPS done to the king, especially with 2 Four Eyes alive. But I just feel like they needed to, like, either kill them or just bring them very, very low here on wave 12.
And the thing is, like, the 100 gold each play on Ismail here got, that it doesn't really matter. 100 gold is like 2 income differences between Buzz and Robbie. So that's insane. And the problem is the Sovereign is online. There's just gonna be added another APS and another MPS, and then I think it will be just boars, 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 and boars.
Mm-hmm.
So at some point there's this insurmountable tank line with a fully stacked sovereign, and if you don't snipe it, you'll die, or you will not ever break it. Like,
Yeah.
So Penny, what do you think? What wave are we looking at next?
I would probably say 15, because I don't know what else you can do if you're Mr. Buzz and Mr. Piney. Maybe. I don't even know if they can do 16, because then Boo Boy has the pyros, and I also think that the Avenger with all of those buffs is just an insane tank on 16. Like, obviously it doesn't do much damage there, but I think it will just tank forever. So I don't think they can kill them on 16. I think they have to try 15.
Yeah, I do think so too. And honestly, I'm kind of surprised to see Roby and Boo Boy sending here.
They go 14. Okay.
Because they're giving away some of the pressure they do have on Buzz and Piney, but on the other hand, they can see an Azaria, they can see a huge load of natural tanks on Piney, and they can see a Lord of Death and the Violet. So actually, Buzz and Piney not looking too great here. I mean, their value is okay, but look at Piney's build. What does he really have on this wave? He has some damage. He's added a Millennium, which is just 1 Millennium. It's 290 gold, which is perfectly typed, but where is his damage coming from? Where are his hopes of holding?
Yeah.
I wonder.
I think his hopes of holding might be about to be dashed to, because this is a 380 Mythium send here. He has double LOD, which is just dead value on this wave. The Veteran boosted is now down. The Millennium, that's not long for this world. Things are looking pretty rough in Piney's lane, dude.
Yeah, I think Piney will... But he can hope to snipe the Centaur, which...
Ooh, this is pretty good though for Mr. Buzz. He is focusing the 4 eyes, but no! It wasn't enough. The Azaria goes down, the 4 eyes lives. 64% leak there on Buzz, and Piney, he won't do much better. That's a 78% leak there. Now, they may survive. They may survive, but they're just so far behind in terms of economy. They're so far behind.
They will survive, but let me remind you, the King's Pulse Immolate, it's not upgraded, it's just the King upgrades for the damage, and we can see the forest stacking up and stacking up, and it
is dead now.
Gets crushed, but
here comes the counter-attack from Buzz and Piney. Do you think this can work? There's Shaman coming out from Buzz, there's 4 Eyes Witch coming out from Piney. I mean, it has to work, right? It has to work.
Yeah. But the thing is, I think whatever happens on this wave, you can't count this send as a win, or as it works as long as your enemy team survives. Like, if Roby and Boo Boy survive, it was not a worth send, honestly.
Yeah, and they're maxing the King. So Roby and Boo Boy, they now have full King attack, full King spell. Yeah, they might even put a little bit into regen, and they do, because they know that all they need to do is survive this send, and then the game is pretty much theirs.
Yeah, I do agree.
And they have insane value as well. Like, Boo Boy's nearly 3.5k valued, Robbie's 3.3, but everything in Robbie's lane comes down to this Sovereign. Can the Sovereign reach his spell before he dies?
And honestly, that's why the Shaman is a rather good send, because it also amplifies the damage dealt.
Yeah.
But I honestly don't see it being enough, since Pegasus, which usually just serves as a support unit to donate mana,
is now a really good tank as well on this wave, yeah. So the Sovereign is about to reach 120 now. Here he goes, dude, popping off. Unbelievable. This unit, when it hits full mana, is insane, especially with lifesteal, and it even has the MPS aura on top. But look at that, just completely out-damaging the wave. Boo Boy, he does leak. That's a 92%. Oh, the Sovereign GA coming back to life with full mana. Insane.
And actually, it might even...
It might just cover in the mid as well.
Yeah, since there's so much splash damage, which it can sustain.
Wow, it does. It does. Okay, it kills the boss at least. There'll be some minor king damage here from the 4 Eyes and the Witch, but nothing really to write home about.
Yeah, I think that spells disaster, because the Sovereign will just get another APS soon, TM, and then there will be some more Pegasuses, some more boars, more frontline, and I honestly don't see him doing too bad soon. Like, Roby's next, like, the only thing that Roby fears is something like a Shaman 4 Eyes, which could like stack on his Sovereign and snipe it.
Yeah.
But besides that, he's just insane for now.
Well, guess what? So I was going to say, in the late game, like, when is Sovereign weak? And the answer is it's weak on 17 and it's weak on 19. But what does he have on those waves? He has Harbinger, he has Great Boar. You know, like, the weak waves of Sovereign he already has covered with his other units.
So yeah, and we can see Roby pushing up to 44 workers. I also want to point some attention to the little bit of salt going in the chat, and it's part of the game.
It is part of the game. Like, rolls are part of Legion TD2, and sure, Robbie and Boo Boy, they've got some pretty good rolls, but they're playing redraw as well, right? Like, the whole point of redraw is to guarantee that you get solid rolls.
Yeah, and to be fair, like Piney and Buzz had the same options, and they might not be as lucky, but I honestly, to blame it solely on the rolls is, I don't think they would do that. I mean, even a good roll can be misplayed, and vice versa. Even a bad roll can be played.
Oh, look at this, by the way. Mr. Buzz and Piney, they opted to save here, but they might just die now on wave 17. What do you think?
I actually do think it's the right call to not send here, honestly, because they've got a Haven and they've got boards, and I think they need to try something like...
Yeah, they need to try something risky.
Borderline aggressive, because they need to win somehow, and they can't win if they just match the sense of the dream team here.
Yeah. But I think Mr. Buzz, I don't think he can hold here. Piney maybe has a chance, but the sends are massive. Oh, that's a 400 send, that's a 720 send. I just don't know that they can hold this. I think we might see the end of the game here on 17.
And I mean, actually this Asaria is insanely positioned.
Perfect there, surviving on like absolute 0 HP. I mean, it helped, but it's just not enough. It's just not enough. There's
and
GG.
We can see the victory march. Yeah, we can see the victory march. How the small dragons flying in to celebrate. There's even an ogre. He got his trumpet with him. He'll be able to like blow the victory march. There's a 4-Eyes. Everyone's having a party there, and it's just running it down, and or rather flying it down, and that's game, and that's our second finals team locked in. So the finals will be tomorrow, and will be Dream Team against #1.
#1. That's a pretty pog final, dude. So well played there. Very, very solid play coming out from Robbie and Boo Boy. They really showed their stuff here today. I think they played very well in all of their matches, because remember, they were in the first quarterfinal of the day as well. And unlucky there for Istmir Eigentliche Shigal, because it's a real shame. I would have at least liked to see a game 3. But I have to say, like, Robbie and Boo Boy, yes, they got very good roles in both games, but I also think they just played very solidly in both matches here, taking a decisive 2-0 there against Ishmir Einlich.
And honestly, if you look at the early game, I mean, roles do matter, especially late game, where you like focus on your win conditions and getting up your front lines and so on. But like early game, there are so many okay units for the early game, which might not scale as good as the roles they had, but even their like early game was played very cleanly. If you scroll through it again, I mean, of course, the snail from Roby was kind of a feels bad man, and he had to like try and greed on 5, but him leaking there, and him also like pushing 5 workers with a Graal start, which is insane, honestly, because not many players would have the balls for that. That like made him send a Dragon Turtle on 3.
Yeah.
And which got Piney in return, and that delay cost Buzz in return for 4. So even though like their rolls were insane, I don't want to talk that down.
I think they played it very well as well. Yeah, I think they played it very well. Like if you talk about the early game, like the Piney leaking 50% on 3 versus a Dragon Turtle, Buzz leaking 57% on 4 despite having 400 value. Like, those things are not role dependent, because Piney and Buzz, their roles are both fine for the early game, like good even. It's kind of decision making there, because Piney was very greedy, pushing up to 6 workers and obviously paying for it there on wave 3. I mean, it's a good call, I think. Like, I like to see the greed and the aggression, but then because he leaks 50% there, like, it just puts him on the back foot already on wave 3, and then he has to try and fight to come back so early in the game. And the same for Mr. Buzz there. Like, he's getting starved a little bit from Boo Boy, he has to stay 5 workers. He still leaks 57%. Like, if you're staying 5 workers on wave 4, you really need to hold that send then, right?
Yeah, and honestly, I mean, to be fair, as Piney, do you expect a Graal start to push 5 workers? Like, that's... I mean, and he even paid for it, and which just delayed him, and 5 workers with extra time isn't, for example, not what the Asaria had, or not what the Priestess of the Abyss had, so a Graal start pushing that hard and getting away with it just set the center stone for his further build, and that made him like go crazy, because even though his role was insane, he was also by far the strongest player at multiple points in the game.
Yeah, true. And we see more like chip damage done against Piney there with the leak on 5. The big leak on 7 from Mr. Boz, which he had to stay again. Very low workers, like he's 6 workers there on wave 7. He's getting starved out from Boo Boy, still leaking 72%. I just think like the game was already in favor of Robbie and Boo Boy before their like insane rolls even came into play, I think.
Yeah, that's what I wanted to point out earlier, because their early game was played very, very cleanly.
And
not just cleanly in a sense of safely, but rather also pushing and trying to get advantages over some greedier plays and some riskier plays, but it worked out, and that's a very well played one.
Yeah. And they did, at least they were able to claim the shutdowns there on 12 and get some decent leaks. But it just wasn't enough for them. Like, they were pretty much all in on that wave 12 send. They needed to win there, or at least get insane amounts of king damage. And they only shaved off 29% from the king, so I think they needed better results there on wave 12 if they were to come back into this game properly. And I think the sends were good. I don't think they sent bad stuff by any means. I think it's just
sent better, honestly.
Yeah. I think it was just a very solid hold there from Robbie and Boo Boy to leak so small that they barely took that much king damage. And of course they were then able to punish Buzz and Piney further on 14, hold the send on 15 on the side of Robbie, and take the victory there on wave 17. So I think that's a very nicely played game from the side of the Dream Team. So well played to them, and they have a well-deserved place in tomorrow's final.
So yeah, and tomorrow will be a treat. It will be a best of 5 as far as I know. And I'll just hope that you get to see like all the 5 games. But at least Penny will be happy. He gets to see at least 3 games, which is more than any series of today.
True.
Actually, kind of very interesting that both semis and the quarterfinal also all ended 2-0, which is rather uncommon for how well these players play on ladder. But it also gets to show the difference between playing on ladder and playing in a tournament setting.
Yeah, for sure. So actually, I'm just going to quickly look at the schedule for tomorrow. So that is up live now on the stream. We have the 3rd place playoff. So we haven't seen the end of either the Upgraded Bananas nor Eastmere Eigentlich Egal, because they will both be playing tomorrow at 3 p.m. CEST. And then the grand final will begin at 4:40 CEST, which will be #1 against Dream Team. Now that will be on Shadow Wings channel, so guys in the chat, if you haven't already, I strongly recommend throwing a follow over to Shadow Wings channel, because you do not want to miss the very best action that Legion TD2 has to offer. There will be an insane grand final tomorrow, and there is a lot of money on the line. The prize pool now standing at $490. There will even be another game key giveaway as well. So if you want to bag yourself a copy of Legion TD2, you don't own it already, make sure you tune in tomorrow for a chance to win the final key in the giveaway.
And not also win the key, but also get a chance to play this game and become as good, and might even participate in the next cup.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Now, there'll be plenty of chances for all of the newcomers to Legion, who are very welcome, by the way. I just wanted to say, let me just pop back to this scene so we can get our little faces on screen. I just wanted to say, like, I love Legion TD so much. I have played this game far too much over the last 3 years, right? Like, I have well over 3,000 hours played, and I know that even makes me a bit of a rookie, because there are plenty of people with more hours than me, like double the number of hours that I have. And I just, like, I love this game so much, and I was always kind of confused as to why the player base was relatively niche. Because I know how amazing the game is, and I just think that now post-launch it is absolutely fantastic to see all of the new players coming into the game. I love to see it. I think the team at Auto Attack, so Jules, Lisk, Danny and Curing, I think they've done an amazing job to get the game to full release. I think they've had fantastic success bringing in all the new players, and I just absolutely love to see it. So congratulations to the team at AAG. I think they've really pulled this one out of the bag. They've handled full launch extremely well, and it's really exciting as a long-time Legion player to see the game that I love so much popping off so hard. I think it's absolutely amazing.
Honestly, not just shoutouts to the developers, which always like a big shout out goes to, but also shout out to you and to Shadowwings and all the other players that like keep contributing from a content side. Bonnie as well, streaming, making guides, getting people to like understand the game to a better extent, and like I think it's to some point it's the developers, to a big point it's the developers. I mean, there's a reason they get commented on and like commended on for like having a very balanced game, a very interesting game, things like that. But it's also like the community also does its part, and like shoutouts to everyone, to the players, to the casters, to other casters of course, to the content creators, all of that. It takes everyone to chime in, and in the end, that's what makes this game great.
Yeah, absolutely. And just while we sign off the stream here, I did want to say a massive thank you to my co-caster Crazy. I think you've done an amazing job, and we've had a pretty long cast here today. We're at 4.5 hours already. There is no way that I would have been able to cast this series by myself, so thank you so much for joining me today, Crazy. It's been an absolute pleasure. And of course, what would the thank you section be if we didn't give an absolutely massive shout out to Shadowwings, without whom none of this tournament would be possible. All of the format of the tournament, so with the really interesting pick and ban phase, and of course gathering all the prize pool and just having the idea to throw the tournament in the first place. All of this goes to Shadowwings, and I just think he really does put in so much time and effort into this game and into growing the community, and he's an absolutely selfless guy, and he does so much for Legion TD2. So I think people in the chat, if you want to throw some love hearts Shadowwings way, I think that would be very well deserved, because the guy is literally amazing in what he does for the community.
Yeah, I'll just have to wait 5 minutes to be able to share my love. No, to point it out, like the devs have so much on their hand with the full release, they wouldn't have been able to to organize a tournament. And this game really needs a tournament at this point, because it's great for new players, it's great for old players, it's great to gather the community, and that's why I think it's insane that Shadow organized it, and it's insanely good. And honestly, big shoutouts from myself as well again. And yeah, whenever any of you guys gets hit up by Shadowwings, be sure to help him, because he deserves it.
Absolutely, dude. Absolutely. Right. On that note, then, unless there are any final words, I think that is the time to end the stream and say congratulations to all the teams today. We do, of course, have #1 versus Dream Team in tomorrow's grand final, but there's still commiserations to the losers, and there's still something to play for, because Ishmir Eigentliche Egal will play against... who will they play against? They will play against the Upgraded Bananas for the third place playoff, which will kick off tomorrow's stream at 3 p.m. Central European time. So don't miss that one, guys. It's going to be amazing. I hope to see everyone here in the Twitch chat, still here tomorrow on Shadowwing stream. Don't miss it, guys. It's going to be pretty pog. Crazy, any last words before we sign off?
I'm happy. Thanks for having me. Thanks everyone for watching. I'm happy. I'm actually, I said so much in the past few hours. I don't need to talk anymore. I'm happy. That's all I'm saying. I'm happy.
Fair enough, dude. Right then, guys, in that case, that's the end of the stream. Thank you all so much for watching. We will see you on Shadowwing's channel tomorrow, 3 p.m. Central European time. Penny out.